How's everyone doing today? It's Thursday, and I'm live once again.
Hello.
As never is not gonna be loud.
Hello.
We're finally gonna see the ending of this game. This is gonna be exciting. Let's play some music, shall we? Sure, it's a nice song. I was like, what's wrong with my camera? It was frozen for a second, but it's fine now. I still got some weird lines on my face. The sun isn't quite set yet. It was worse 5 minutes ago, when that stuff was basically on my face. We can't possibly continue like this. Why is my camera being so weird? That's the real question. Also, I'm so used to the ad running on its own during the first 5 minutes, so this is what I'm gonna do. Before we get started in the game, I don't want anyone to get hit with pre-rolls. Anyone who's browsing Twitch, comes across my channel, and they tune into my stream, I don't want them to get hit with ads before they have a chance to watch me. So I'm gonna manually run them right now, so we get them out of the way. If I run 3 minutes right now, then we won't have any pre-roll ads for an hour. So let's just do it right now, before we get started into the game, because I don't want anyone to miss that. Something is very wrong with my camera, though. It's very delayed for some reason. I don't really know why. What is wrong with my camera? Back removal, quality, or performance. Maybe there's something with the NVIDIA broadcast software. Yeah, it's frozen. I froze my camera software. This is a brilliant start to the stream. Absolutely brilliant start. Okay, it's fine now, maybe? Is it fine now? Now we have the performance on instead of quality. What if I put quality back on? I like how it freezes on what looks like that over there. It's not frozen in OBS, thankfully. We still got this going on. Is the camera working better now? I don't know. It tends to be weird sometimes. I don't really know why. I've been working on something secretly. Although it's probably not super secret. If you notice that I'm online on Discord, you've probably seen me, like, currently playing blah or whatever. So it might not be a big secret what I have planned next. But when we get to that point, we'll talk about it later. I'm gonna drink some water. Water's always good. I haven't warmed up my voice, and I really should try and warm up my voice before I get into a very, what's the word? Dialogue-heavy game such as this. I guess that's one thing that is a little bit unfortunate about a game like this, is that there's a lot of reading and a lot of talking, and not a lot of, like, the characters saying the dialogue themselves. Like, they're still talking, but I have to read it out loud, basically, if that makes sense. So it kind of hurts my voice after a while. And I really am enjoying this game, absolutely. I'm enjoying the Phoenix Wright games. I'm enjoying how the gameplay works. I don't know what is wrong with my camera right now. It doesn't make any sense why it's acting this way. I don't even know where this window is. This isn't making any sense. I don't know. Does the audio sound a little weird? I'm not sure what's going on. What is wrong with my camera today? This doesn't make any sense. Should I disconnect it and reconnect it? Should I maybe Control-Alt-Delete and look at what's on my task manager? Something weird is going on with my computer today. So it looks like Firefox has taken up the majority. So maybe... let's try going into the stream that we have running, and we're gonna put it at 144p. It's already muted, but go into my stream on here as well. At least I have quality options today. Because my CPU is running at 100%, and I don't really know why. But OBS has taken up the majority of my CPU, which is fair. That's what it's supposed to do. But it seems like that mostly fixed my camera, so there's that. But here we go. And we're doing good. OBS is really not too happy right now. Why is it... I don't know what's going on with OBS right now. This doesn't make any sense. If I switch to a scene like this, is my CPU usage going to go back down? Yeah, for some reason when I was on this scene, OBS said it was taking up like 20% of my CPU usage. And since I switched to this scene, and it's now at 1.7%. So what is on this scene that's causing so much CPU usage? That's my question. I think it might be the emote wall. That seems to be the one that takes up a lot of CPU for some reason. I don't know why. Why does it do this? But I have another idea. I'm gonna get rid of a couple of these extra chat buttons in here. Ones that we don't need. Yeah, CPU 29% on this scene. I don't know why. What about this scene? It's at 20%, so there's actually less on this scene? This is the first time I'm having any kind of CPU problems on this new computer, so I'm like trying to figure out what's causing it, because it doesn't make any sense. See, now it says 3%. When I switch to this thing, now it says 3%, 4%. So clearly there's something going on my just chatting screen that has taken up a lot of CPU power for some reason, so I need to figure out what it is. But that doesn't matter right now. I didn't mean to do that, that was the wrong button. Well, here we go! Ace Attorney, the trilogy. We are almost done with the very first game now. We're very close. We've got one more day of trial ahead of us. Also, hold on. Oh, you know what it might be? I never actually did this stuff, did I? Overlay, test connection, that seems to be working. OBS Studio, test connection, that seems to be working. Okay. This stuff seems to be working, so that's good. So I realized, oh, I forgot to check that before going live today, but everything's fine. I also have another game prepared. After we finish this, if I'm still ready to keep going streaming, then I'll just switch to a different game. Something that I started a long time ago, and then for reasons, I couldn't quite continue it at the time, but I'm ready to continue it. Or I might just start over. I only put 6.5 hours into it initially, but I think maybe we're ready to start it again. That might be fun. Also, I need to fix my window over here so I can actually see the Twitch chat. There we go. Now I can read it. That's more like it. This is exciting stuff. Are we ready? I'm ready. Oh, let me do one more thing.
In case I need to switch to my VTuber model. Look at this. Look how cute this is. This is the cutest little VTuber model you've ever seen.
So I have that ready to go. But also, pause and unpause so people can use commands. Digital Smith, hello.
Hi, how are you?
Objection! We're getting close. Let's freaking go. And hello, everybody. We are almost done with the very first Phoenix Wright trilogy game. There we go. Episode 5, Rise from the Ashes. Final day. We're on the final day of the final trial in the first game of the trilogy. And I'm looking forward to seeing if we're gonna put this Gant person in jail because he's very sus. He is extremely sus. February 25th, 9:47 a.m. This is the defendant lobby, all right, but there's no defendant. I've been trying to reach Lana all morning. Where could she be? Wait, did she run away? I hope not. Because the thing is, right, she's been under Gant's control for who knows how long, 2 years at least. She admitted to the stabbing, but also at the same time, she said that the body was already dead with a different knife in the body. So she removed the knife that actually killed him and put a different knife in. And she admitted to the killing. However, she was just following orders from somebody else. So we're here to expose exactly what is happening here, the truth in this case. I've been trying to reach Lana all morning. Where could she be? And where's Emma, for that matter? It almost seems as if something's been happening behind the scenes. Edgeworth! Hey, buddy.
Hello.
Hi, Edgeworth. Good to see you. Knowing you, you've already figured it out. Who the owner of 777's ID number is, that is. Well, I have a pretty strong hunch. Looks like I'm not the only one who's figured it out. So, what's your deal, Edgeworth? Are you here to uncover the truth? Or are you here to get a guilty verdict? You know, the only reason this trial didn't reach a verdict yesterday is because there was still room for doubt regarding this ID record. If that number does belong to whom you suspect, then no doubt will remain. After all, he hasn't been officially charged with anything. True. Not yet. In any event, once all doubt has been removed from that list, I can call for a ruling. 5 minutes, right? And Chief Prosecutor Sky will be found guilty. 5 minutes. I like how his eyeball is going over his hair. He's got very swooshy hair. But she didn't do it. I figured you'd say as much. That's why I came here, to hear what you have to say. This is the first time he's ever done something like this. Lana's hiding something, and the only way we'll ever know the truth is to draw it out of her. The truth? Everything goes back to the SL9 incident. Don't be stupid. Today's the last day of the trial. We don't have time to reminisce about the past. That depends on you. If she's found guilty, you'll lose your only chance to find out what really happened. I'll think about it. It's you in court, right? Yeah, why the hell were you in there, dude? This is it. If I'm ever going to find out what Chief Gant has on her, it's now. She's taken the fall for the murder that she didn't technically commit. What kind of dirt does he have? This is getting real good. Court is now in session for the trial of Miss Lana Sky. The defense is ready, Your Honor. The prosecution is ready, Your Honor. Normally, this is when the prosecution puts forth its opening statement. But before that, the police chief has a proposal to make. Chief Gant. You're very suspicious, sir. Why does he take such a long pause before he moves on to the next statement? That's my question. Morning, folks. How's everyone doing? Hey, Udgy, been back to the pool yet? No, I've been drowning enough as it is in my work. Oh, that's a good one. Don't think I can top that. If you don't mind me asking, Chief, exactly what is this proposal of yours? Edgeworth, will you marry me? That kind of proposal, maybe? If you don't mind me asking, what is this proposal of yours? He takes forever to respond. Lana, that is to say, the defendant, has asked me if she could speak directly to the court. She wants to do what? Having heard what she intends to say, I feel she should be granted her request. In the end, it should save everyone a lot of time and trouble. What's this all about, defendant? I'd just like to make one simple request, and I'll be finished. Well then, what's your request? Your Honor, I'd like you to put an immediate end to this trial. Nope, that's not gonna happen. Absolutely not, ma'am. We're gonna keep going, and I'm gonna get you a not guilty verdict, okay? That's what's gonna happen. You're not gonna go to jail on my watch. I confess to all charges against me. No, you don't. You're not guilty. You admitted it to me. You didn't do it. The body was already dead. I always knew this was really suspicious when we looked at this and it said, die within an hour and a half of 4 p.m. So the dude was killed in the evidence room around 4 p.m., 4:20, whatever. Secretly got his body into Edgeworth's car. Does Edgeworth know about this? That's the real question. Does Edgeworth know that there was a dead body in his car when he parked it in the prosecutor's office? I confess to all charges against me. On February 21st of this year, I murdered Detective Bruce Goodman. But you didn't! He was already dead! In the underground parking lot of the prosecutor's office. No! Lana! What is she holding anyway? You can't. Your Honor, the defendant's claim does not change the defense's plea. In that case, Mr. Wright, I no longer require your services. But Lana! Your Honor, I hereby forfeit my right to an attorney. The prosecution may lack direct evidence against me, but it has sufficiently proven its case through testimony and circumstantial evidence. Why is she admitting to this? She didn't do it. She knows she didn't do it. She admitted to me at the detention office that she didn't do it. But there's something very serious going on in the background. If she's admitting to the crime even though she didn't do it, what does Gant have on her? There's some serious blackmail, some serious, like, marionette puppeting going on in the background. We're gonna get to the bottom of this. We're gonna get Gant convicted. He's gonna be put away.
Lying? Why you always lying? Oh my god. Stop fucking lying.
Circumstantial evidence. I would like you to render your verdict now, if you please. Well, the defendant certainly has the right to self-representation. Her request is legally valid, although this is an unprecedented situation. Indeed, it appears there's no further need to continue this trial, even if Mr. Wright may feel otherwise. This can't be happening. It appears the time for the verdict has arrived. This court defines the defendant. Edgeworth, I knew you had it in you. One moment, Your Honor. Mr. Edgeworth? The prosecution has not yet proven the defendant guilty beyond reasonable doubt. And that's the thing, right? If there's reasonable doubt, you can't put someone away for life or to execution if there is some reasonable doubt that they didn't do it. How would you feel if you killed someone for a crime they didn't do? How would you feel if you put someone away for the rest of their life for a crime they didn't do? That wouldn't feel great. It needs to be absolute, hardcore, solid evidence that the person in question committed a crime. Apparently admitting to the crime isn't enough. You can say that you killed someone, but if you didn't kill them, then you deserve to have the truth come out. Like, you didn't kill them, and even if you admitted to it, that shouldn't be enough to put you away. Because you didn't actually do it. The prosecutor has not yet proven the defendant guilty beyond a reasonable doubt. Okay, I'm gonna stop rambling and I'm just gonna keep playing the game. Sorry about my rambling. Any ruling at this stage would certainly be premature. Come now, Welly. I understand this is a difficult time for you. But why don't you just be a good little boy and keep your mouth shut, hmm? No, Gant. I don't think I care for your tone, Chief Gant. What? Creating another fabrication to cover up your past mistakes. Sorry, but I'm no longer the naive little boy you would have me be. You would have me be. There we go. I know how to say words. I'm very good at words. I'm very good at wordsing, okay? With this sudden confession from the defendant, it's obvious to me some kind of deal was struck behind the scenes. Some kind of deal, Not everyone operates as you do, Worthy. I thought so. Your Honor, the prosecution would like to change its first witness. Change? Oh? To whom? As its first witness, the prosecution would like to call Miss Emma Skye. Yeah, that's the thing, right? We found a piece of leather with Emma's fingerprints on it. So what the hell is going on with that? I request the court hears her testimony. Mr. Edgeworth, I am exercising my right to self-representation. I don't think we need to I don't care what you think, Miss Skye. Is Emma Skye gonna prosecute against her sister? Does Emma Skye even know what the hell is happening right now? She is 16. She's still a child, technically, legally speaking. The exposure of truth sometimes results in tragedy. However, no matter how tragic the truth may be, it would be an even greater tragedy to avert one's eyes from it. Very well, the court shall grant the prosecution's request. That's okay with you, right, Chief Gant? Worthy. You'll live to regret this. Mark my words. Wow, that sounds like a threat. Miss Emma Skye, please take the stand. Looks like Edgeworth has decided to take the horse by the reins. Is that how you say reins? Like that? Now then, witness, please state your name and occupation. My name is Emma Skye. My occupation? I'm Lana's little sister, and I want to be a scientific investigator. 2 years ago, you encountered the serial killer Joe Dark of the Joe Dark killings. Is this correct? Yes. I'm trying my hardest to forget about that, though. I'm sorry. But I'm afraid I'm going to have to ask you to recall those events one more time. Mr. Edgeworth, please remember this trial concerns the murder of Detective Goodman. Is an incident that was resolved 2 years ago really all that relevant? Yes, it most certainly is. Well, okay then. You sure gave in fast. Now, please testify about what happened to you 2 years ago. Uh-oh. Where is this going? The trip to yesteryear has finally begun. It's bound to lead to the truth behind this trial. Are all of the trials in the following games going to be this complicated? Because Jesus. 2 years ago. I was waiting in my sister's office that day. A man came running in and took me hostage. Neil Marshall rescued me, but I'll never forget what I saw in that instant. The man raised up his knife and stabbed Mr. Marshall in the chest. No, that's not true, is it? Didn't he get stabbed in the back? He was stabbed in the back, wasn't he? Yeah, stabbed in the back. Okay, so we already have a contradiction. It's a good thing you weren't harmed. I passed out. I don't remember much. That's understandable. I hope this doesn't result in Emma going the person instead. She was only 14. She's traumatized, okay? However, please tell me, Mr. Edgeworth, what does this testimony have to do with Detective Goodman's murder? That will soon become apparent, Your Honor. You've got to admire him for his courage, considering he has no evidence. Very well, the defense may begin its cross-examination. Do we even need to press, or can I just present the contradiction immediately? Finally saving over this. So what if I just present right away? Ma'am? The witness's statement is clearly faulty, Your Honor. What do you mean? How is that wrong? How is that wrong? Stabbed Marshall in the chest. Did I present the wrong evidence? Stabbed in the back. How is that wrong? This game makes no sense. I'm not losing a point over that. That should absolutely count. That's bullshit. Alright, I'm just gonna press again. Whatever, who cares? 2 years ago, the defendant was a detective at the police department, correct? Yes. She was second in command under the then Deputy Chief of Police Gant. My sister. She was the best detective ever. Yes, I remember. Deputy Chief Gant and Miss Skye used to be quite the pair. I believe they shared the same office. That's right. I'd always sit at my sister's desk and dream about playing that organ. I wanted to play it that day too. The police department and the prosecutor's office held a ceremony that day. Lana promised to take me to dinner after she finished her work. A man came running in and took me hostage. A man? Yes, Joe Dark. He was a serial killer. Joe Dark was brought in for questioning on the day of that ceremony. We were desperate to get anything on him that would lead to an arrest. When he saw his chance, he fled the room, right? Upon fleeing the room, Dark proceeded to take the elevator. He must have been in a panic because the elevator was going up. Then he ran into Sky and Gant's office. There was a lot of noise coming from outside, so I opened up the door to have a look. That's when I saw him. Neil Marshall rescued me. What was the prosecutor doing there? That day, there were 2 people present during Dark's questioning. Deputy Chief Damon Gant and Prosecutor Neil Marshall. Almost forgot about Gant. Neil Marshall had just received the King of Prosecutors Award. Young and dedicated, he went straight to the questioning room after the ceremony. And there's the vase! I still think there's something very suspicious about the knife in there. But also, the spear that the suit of armor has. If you see that, there's a spear with the suit of armor. Maybe that comes into play in some way. I assume that would also be why he was the first to run after Dark. When Dark grabbed me, I thought I was as good as dead. And that's when Prosecutor Marshall came running in? I don't clearly remember what happened then. But I'll never forget what I saw in that instant. Can you tell us about that? Mr. Marshall jumped on Dark. Just then, the lights went out. The lights? It was just about this time of year. There was a terrible storm going on, and lightning struck nearby. So the electricity went out. Wait a minute. If it was pitch dark in that room, you shouldn't have been able to see anything, right? Right, but just then lightning flashed outside again. That sudden flash left an unforgettable image of the scene in my mind. I see. I told the detective about what I saw then. The detective? Yes, Detective Goodman. He was in charge of the case. Detective Bruce Goodman, the victim. So you spoke with Detective Goodman about this 2 years ago? Yes, that's what's so scary about this trial. And you told Detective Goodman about what you saw? Yes, but at the time, the words just wouldn't come out. That's why I drew a picture. Oh, wait a minute. Could it be this picture? A picture is drawn on the back of the evidence list in magic marker. I've got a very bad feeling about this. Did she draw this picture, I wonder? A picture. Yes, I think she mentioned that before. Well, Miss Wright, have you heard enough? Ask about the picture. This picture the witness drew. I believe it has a very important meaning. But the list of evidence I was given 2 years ago didn't contain a picture. Witness, would you mind if we added this statement to your testimony? Yes, Your Honor. I drew a picture of that scene once, but it seems to have been lost. Would it... Okay, before I do anything, I'm gonna save. Would it happen to be... this picture? Mr. Edgeworth? This little girl put all her heart into drawing that picture. And yet you would insist on denying its existence? Hey, I'm not the bad guy. All I'm saying is that as the prosecutor for that case, I wasn't handed such a picture. That may well be. But that doesn't mean it doesn't exist. Behold! This is The evidence list for the SL9 incident? Please, turn it over, Your Honor. Turn it over? Turn it... Ah! What's this? Yes, what is that? Hey, that's it! That's the picture I drew! Indeed, two men appear to be wrestling here. Wrestling! Let's go with that! This judge is a dumbass, oh my god. What's the meaning of this? What are you doing with that list? Me? Only the prosecutor in charge should have access to that list. Huh. These lists, they're different from each other. What? It would appear, Mr. Edgeworth, that the evidence list you were handed 2 years ago was incomplete. These two lists fit together to form one. You can see the marks here where they were torn apart from each other. So you see, Mr. Edgeworth, it's quite obvious what happened. 2 years ago, only half of the evidence in that case ever reached you. What? What? Order, order. But Miss Skye, why did you draw your picture on the back of such an important list? Because that's what Detective Goodman handed me in the questioning room, Your Honor. Wait a minute. If this list was torn in half, then that means... Your Honor? Are you alright, Mr. Wright? Your eyes are bulging from your head. How does that look? Does it look like that? Maybe a little bit? If the evidence list was torn in half, then there might be more of the drawing on the back of Mr. Edgeworth's list. Yes, that's quite conceivable, Mr. Edgeworth. It's possible. Let's see. Did he never just turn the paper over? Do you even have to ask? Sorry, Your Honor. There is indeed something drawn on the back of my list. It's that thing. Oh, what? Oh. The blue badger? That's that thing. That thing that was dancing in the evidence room. Clearly, this act of vandalism is the work of a certain chief of detectives. A beholder! Although, I have to know when that was drawn on the paper. Bob, hello!
Good morning!
How you doing, Bob? I guess he was out of scrap paper. Evidence list restored and updated in the court record. List of evidence in the SL9 incident. Half of this list was found in Gant's desk. Very well. Witness, will you please testify about this picture you drew 2 years ago? Huh? Oh, yes, sir, Your Honor. What's wrong with Emma? She seemed to be thinking about something when she was looking at the picture. Witness testimony. This is the picture I drew 2 years ago. The flash of lighting was so bright, all I could see were shadows. After that, I must have fainted. This picture shows exactly what I saw in that instant. To think a flash of lightning could burn such an image in your mind. Thanks to that, though, she was able to show us exactly what she saw. Well, I don't see any contradictions here. This clearly shows Joe Dark about to murder Prosecutor Neil Marshall. The defense may now begin its cross-examination. Emma's picture. The thing is right. She mentioned seeing someone get stabbed in the back. No. She said someone got stabbed in the front. We presented the autopsy report saying he was stabbed in the back, but apparently that wasn't relevant. I'm still upset that I lost a point on completely reasonable contradictional evidence. Whatever, it's fine. This game makes no sense sometimes. Emma's picture. This is the picture I drew 2 years ago. I'm gonna save again. Did you draw this picture right after the incident? I think I drew it 2 or 3 days later. At first, I was in such a state of shock that I couldn't do anything. During that time, the investigation team was reorganized. Detective Goodman was placed in charge, under the direction of Damon Gant and Lana Skye. 2 or 3 days later. The memory should still have been fresh in her mind. Excuse me, witness. But can you please tell us why this picture is painted all black? You have to handhold the judge through logic. This judge is so stupid. How did he become a judge? Well, you see, sir, I only had black crayons at the time. The flash of lightning was so bright, all I could see were shadows. So at the time you didn't even know it was Mr. Marshall who had come to your rescue? No, I couldn't see him clearly. The lightning was so bright, and I was knocked to the floor. You were knocked to the floor? Dark had such a tight grip on me, but when Mr. Marshall jumped on him, I was knocked away. I turned around, and that's when I saw the lightning flashed. But that's the thing, right? The hair looks a little strange, doesn't it? Don't y'all think the hair looks strange? Oh! Vapor Void has summoned in some guests for us. Let's compare this hair to that of Joe Dark. But also, Gantz kind of has the same hairdo, doesn't he? Can we mean that we can't see their face? So they were holding the knife in their left hand, were they? Wonder if that matters. My friends, Vapor Void, hello.
Hello, nurse.
Poor Emma. I'm just glad she wasn't hurt. What happened after the lightning flashed? After that, I must have fainted. You mean you didn't see the actual murder take place? No, I'm sorry. The flash of lightning only drove off the darkness for a split second. Not only that, but the trauma of the situation understandably caused the witness to faint. Do you really need to torture this girl any further? What? Hey, I'm not the bad guy here. Anyway, this picture shows exactly what I saw in that instant. Sorry for asking so many times, but are you sure you drew exactly what you saw? Of course! This is the exact scene. It wasn't influenced in any way from your talks with the detectives? Are you insinuating we somehow manipulated her memory, Mr. Wright? You used the neuralizer on her? No, of course not. I'd better watch out or he might find some way to cut my salary. I drew this picture before I heard anything from the detectives, so I don't think anyone's story would have influenced me. Mr. Wright, is there something that's bothering you about this picture? Huh? Oh, well... That's strange. She claims this is exactly the scene that was imprinted in her mind. And yet, there's clearly a contradiction here. So my guess is that we're gonna have to present something, aren't we? This is the picture I drew 2 years ago. So it's a piece of leather and has Emma's prints on it. A clear handprint can be seen on the leather cloth. The print belongs to Emma. I think I'll keep this information to myself. Because that might incriminate her, you think? Wait, what if this is a piece of leather from Neil Marshall's costume, right? Huh. Something seems a little odd, doesn't it? So this picture's combined or whatever, right? What if that weird symbol, which happens to be the outline of the blue badger, was actually part of the, like a stained glass outline or something? Is that the window? Or something? What's up there? But it appears as though Damon Gant is also wearing gloves, isn't he? The king of prosecutors. The sword part of that award is missing, but also the jar is broken in the back. So what does that even mean? Stabbed in the back, died from a punctured heart and lung. A knife tip was found in the wound. But deceased Neil Marshall, 27 male, date and time of death between 7 and 7:30 p.m. February 19th. It's almost 2 years to the day. Single stab wound, piercing heart and lung. Died from blood loss in under 10 minutes. Weapon found in wound was missing tip. Files for Joe Dart killing solved 2 years ago. Sentence death. Neil Marshall was one of the people killed. Head prosecutor Miles Edgeworth, witnesses Lana Skye and Emma Skye. Executive investigators Damon Gant and Lana Skye. Head investigator Bruce Goodman. Investigators Jake Marshall and Angel Starr. Exactly what I saw in that instant. Do we have any information, though? I have to wonder. Actually, you know what? Hold on. Because I'm looking at that. The knife, it looks like a square. Was it missing the tip at the time? So what if I presented this, showing that the knife tip was missing. Knife tip was in the wound. Stabbed in the back. Knife tip was in the wound. Evidence from SL9 incident. Final fragment found in Chief Gant's safe. There's blood traces. But whose blood? The dark red stains must be blood traces from the incident 2 years ago. Only the fragment found in Chief Gant's office still has lines remaining on it. What is that even supposed to mean? I'm gonna try presenting this and see what happens. But I'm gonna save first. Can you imagine if we were actually in the courtroom and we were like going over the evidence in silence for like 2 entire minutes and then it's like, objection! This drawing is wrong. I hate to be the bearer of bad news, but this picture, the witness true, contains a blatant contradiction. What? But I still remember it just like it was yesterday. Mr. Wright, perhaps it would be faster if you simply pointed out this contradiction for us. What part of this picture contradicts the autopsy report? The weapon! The contradiction, of course, lies here. Take a look at the knife the man is holding. If you look closely, you can see that its tip is broken. Even I don't have to look closely at that, Mr. Wright. But Mr. Wright, look at the evidence. See the murder weapon? Its tip is broken too. If I recall, the tip of the knife was found broken off in the victim's body. It was a conclusive piece of evidence that proved Joe Dark was the murderer. I'm afraid it's not so simple, Emma. And where, pray tell, could you possibly see a problem? It's obvious, really. The victim suffered a single stab wound to the back. If the victim was only stabbed once, then the murder weapon should not yet be broken. Ah! What's the meaning of this? Perhaps the knife was broken beforehand. Sorry, but I'm afraid that's not possible. The tip of the knife was found inside the victim's body. If it was broken beforehand, it couldn't possibly wind up there. That's right, but what does this mean? The tip of the knife was undeniably discovered within the victim's body. The only possible explanation is the witness's memory is mistaken. Look at all this back and forth between you two. That's why I asked her so many times if she was sure she remembered correctly. I believe you were annoyed at the time, but she was sure she remembered correctly. But there's no other way to explain this inconsistency. Not so fast, Mr. Edgeworth. There is another explanation. Have you forgotten already about a little something called falsified evidence? You're treading on thin ice, right? All I'm saying is that this broken knife tip might be the piece of evidence that was forged. You can't deny the possibility. No. Ah! It's getting serious now, isn't it? Order, order, order. Are you saying the investigation really was corrupted? Your Honor, please allow me once again to go over the events that took place the day of the murder. The police department and the prosecutor's office were holding a ceremony that day. After receiving the King of Prosecutors Award at the ceremony, Neil Marshall questioned Joe Dark along with Damon Gant. During his questioning, Joe Dark fled the room. Prosecutor Marshall chased after him and was killed by Dark. It is my belief that somewhere in this story, there is a lie. I'm not lying. The man really was holding up a broken knife. If that's true, then there's no other way around it. This could not have been the actual murder weapon. I'm thinking it was the spear from the suit of armor that was in there. Also, Gabe Velasquez, if I'm saying your name right, welcome in. Hello.
Good morning, motherfucker!
Oh, we're doing good today. There must have been another broken knife. What are the chances of there being 2 broken knives? Another broken knife beside Joe Dark's? Could there have been 1? 2 broken knives, you say? Also, Zazu Void, hello!
Hi there.
How's everyone doing? We got our Twitch and our YouTube people. And I have a very cute kitty laying on my bed. She's like, meow! It is time for this extra light. There we go. It's getting good. Could there have been 1? Emma's mistaken, or there is another one? Can we look at our records again? Edgeworth's knife. The murder weapon, usually in Edgeworth's toolbox. Traces of victim's blood, no prints. Were there 2 broken knives? Or maybe this was the knife used in the other murder. Goodman's autopsy report. The broken tip was found in the victim's body, belonged to murderer Joe Dark. Let me take a look at this again. I'm still thinking maybe it was the broken off sword part on there. The Chief of Prosecutors trophy. Maybe that's what it was. Maybe possibly. There is another one? Well, let's go ahead and save just in case I'm wrong. So either Emma's wrong, or there is another knife. If the witness is this adamant about the accuracy of what she saw, it can't just be explained away by a simple observational error. Mr. Wright? In that instant, Emma really did see a broken knife. I assume, then, that you have some information about this other broken knife. If so, please feel free to enlighten us. The murder weapon was already broken prior to the murder. There's only one way. Take a look at this. Here's the real murder weapon. The halberd was removed from Gant's behest, giving it its current form. I think... Are we looking at this picture? Should I present this picture showing the knife still intact on the shield? I'm gonna try. This could be wrong. Either this, or I present this. Although, If it was a broken knife, we wouldn't present this, would we? The answer lies in the past. 2 years in the past. Right here, inside this picture. This is a picture of the award ceremony. What is it, Mr. Edgeworth? It's the broken murder weapon. Notice the award Prosecutor Marshall is holding. That's a broken knife. As we earlier concluded, the knife in the drawing was not Joe Dark's knife. That being the case, the knife the witness saw was in all likelihood from this award. But it was removed at Gant's behest, so Gant is still behind it, right? Order, order, order! Neil Marshall was awarded King of Prosecutors that day. As an award, he was given this broken shield and knife. When he chased after Joe Dark, he pulled out this knife. Being a prosecutor, he did not carry a pistol. Good point. This broken knife was the only weapon he had in this dangerous situation. But that can't be. Oh? And why not, Mr. Edgeworth? Because if the King of Prosecutors' award knife was the murder weapon, then the murderer and the victim would be reversed. What do you mean? I mean, this man raising the knife would have to have been Prosecutor Neil Marshall. Oh. Oh! But the prosecutor was the only one who actually died. That's true. What's going on here? Maybe he was stabbed by the spear that the suit of armor is holding. That's still my theory going on. They wouldn't prominently display it in the picture if that weren't involved. Because look at this freaking picture. Look how prominently that spear is in the picture. It has to be involved in some way. It seems Mr. Wright has been a bit too eager to jump to conclusions. Hold it! Wait! I remember now. I remember everything. Witness? Mr. Edgeworth. What is it? Could you show me your evidence list again, please? His list? The one with that picture scribbled on the back? I knew it. This picture. I'm the one who drew it. Yeah. What? You drew that? That's right. The list wasn't torn in half at the time I drew this picture. All this time, I've been trying so hard to forget. I must have locked this part away deep inside me. Perhaps it would be best if we added this to the witness's testimony. Would you please tell us what you've recalled, Miss Skye? Yes, Your Honor. First the knife mix-up, and now the blue badger? This should be interesting. Emma's recollection. When I saw that man raise his knife, I panicked and rushed toward both of them. I think I knocked away the man with the knife. Just then, there was another flash of lightning, and that's when I saw the blue badger. He wasn't in the room, but I'm sure I saw his shadow. What? This is certainly most unusual. Try impossible. The chief of detectives hadn't even designed him until this year. That would mean he didn't even exist 2 years ago. Yes, well, the defense... Stop, please. Don't pursue this any further. Lana, what are you doing, girl? You're so sus right now. Lana, I forgot she was in the room, actually. What's the meaning of this? Please remain seated in the defendant's chair. But you can't do this. I've already confessed to the crime. Why can't you just leave it at that? Chief Prosecutor Sky. We've already come this far. It's too late to turn back. Silence. The defense will now begin its cross-examination. Bailiff, please detain the defendant. It seems we're finally getting to the core of this matter. We're getting there. Alright, I'm gonna have a little bit of a water break. So I'm gonna go ahead and play a couple of clips for you, and we're gonna take a 90-second recess. Alright? I will see you all very, very soon. Enjoy these clips for now. To do a body slam and battle, squashing enemies with her stage presence. What's wrong with her? She's rich, she's beautiful, she's got huge tracts of land. Harry, my boy, I'm not gonna betray you, don't. There he is, hello.
I believe I can fly. I believe I can touch. Now what?
Oh my god. You see how much he just spun in midair? He got real height there.
I only wish more people were like you today.
$50.
You gotta watch out, fool.
There better be $450 here. $90. What did you do with the other 300 something? I can't math like that. Well, excuse me, princess.
Oh shit. Here we go again.
Kitty.
Hi. When he presses the keys, it does not match with the music. Is it possible to lip sync when you're playing an instrument? Like, what's the equivalent of that? Because he's obviously not playing with the music. We have something called the Internet and the Library of Congress. I can find out whether you stole my song or not. And if you credit me, I better get some goddamn royalties. I don't think I'm doing the... I don't take too kindly to people who steal my work. If I make the song, don't claim you made it up. That's called plagiarism. And you're gonna go to court over that. Alright. Oh, that's me. We don't want that. We want the game. There we go. Emma's recollection. Here we go. Also, Glaciera, hello!
Hello, nurse.
How you doing, Glaciera? And anyone else who might be tuning in? What is wrong with my eyebrow? Also, why am I missing ears sometimes? Whatever, it's fine. Emma's recollection. We're gonna save again, just in case, you never know. When I saw that man raise his knife... When you say that man, I assume you refer to Joe Dark? Yes, at least I think it was him. You think? All I could really see were shadows. The power outage that immediately preceded the incident is also documented in the prosecutor's office reports. So then you... I panicked and rushed toward both of them. Why would you do something so dangerous? What else could I have done? He was about to stab Mr. Marshall. She seems convinced that Dark was the one holding the knife. But as we've just theorized, Mr. Marshall was the one holding the knife. Well, I didn't know that at the time. When that Dark guy knocked me down, all I could think was, I've got to help that other person. I think I knocked away the man with the knife. What do you mean, you think?
It all happened so fast, and I was in shock. I don't remember everything clearly. What I did, it's all kind of a blur.
Miss Skye was almost killed before she was a witness to murder about to take place. With so much happening in a matter of seconds, a little disorientation is only natural.
I saw the man about to stab the other person who I thought was Mr. Marshall. I knew I had to stop the man with the knife.
What you did was very brave, young girl. So then, what happened next?
Just then, there was another flash of lightning, and that's when I saw the blue badger.
Are you sure about this?
I saw the blue badger in a flash of lightning.
Are you sure about that?
Of course, see? I even drew a picture of him here.
But it was the chief of detectives who thought up this hideous beast. And that was just this year. I have the hiccups, oh my god. Do I need to get rid of my hiccups first before I continue? The blue badger didn't exist 2 years ago. This is all quite verifiable.
I know it sounds strange. I was surprised too when I saw him at the police department. I had this nagging feeling that I'd seen him before somewhere. Now I finally remember.
Oh, brother. Just when you thought that thing had caused enough commotion. Tell us, where in the room did you see him dancing?
He wasn't in the room, but I'm sure I saw his shadow.
His shadow? So you mean you didn't actually see his face, with its winning smile and all?
That's right, but I still remember it. He had 3 creepy horns.
Wait a minute. Maybe she saw this. And one of them is broken. I think she saw this thing, didn't she? This is pointless. That thing couldn't have possibly existed 2 years ago. The witness must be mistaken. That may well be. But what's important is what caused her to think she saw what she did. Oh? And I suppose you have an explanation? If so, then by all means, please tell us what this shadow really was. What was it Emma saw when that lightning flashed? Who is this blue badger really? I just might know. Although I'm gonna save because I don't trust anything. This game never makes sense. The blue badger hadn't even been dreamt up when Emma drew this picture. Yet she's certain she saw its shadow. Ladies and gentlemen, it is the defense's belief that on that fateful day, 2 years ago, there indeed was something that looks similar to the blue badger. Something that is now sitting in this very room.
Mr. Wright!
In this room? Very well, Mr. Wright. What is it that the witness saw in that instant? Please show us this mysterious blue badger look-alike. I got you, bro. The mysterious blue badger was in fact this. But that's... what exactly is that? I believe it's some sort of jar.
But Mr. Wright, that doesn't look anything like the blue badger.
Indeed it doesn't. As it stands now, it's just a plain jar. However, what if we were to change our viewpoint? Our viewpoint? I've got to show them the correct angle to look at this picture from. So am I supposed to turn it around? Just like this? No, I think maybe you do need to look at it like from this angle or something instead. Although, it's not making a whole lot of sense. Maybe I'm getting too far into it. So I was trying to get like the exact like on the ends where it curls outward, but maybe it doesn't have to be that specific. Because something like this could work potentially. Yeah, maybe this would work actually. Does it have to be at that same angle? Because the only way to get those at that same angle, because this is the closest we can get. We're including the piece that's broken off as well. We are including the broken off piece. So hopefully this is going to be good enough. This isn't right. I've got to make it look more like the Badger. Allow me to remind the defense its case hinges on the witness's drawings. If Mr. Wright can't match the shape the witness drew, we cannot accept his claim. I've got to find just the right angle. Maybe I should rotate it vertically a bit more, or horizontally? Come on, Mr. Wright, you can do it. I've got to show them the correct angle to look at this from. Yeah, so I guess I need to get the exact right shape. Because this doesn't seem right. Maybe, actually, maybe this is. Is this right? This doesn't feel right. You were closer before? So maybe this is what we're talking about. This feels right. Because I was wondering why the hell it was like, what are those handles even for? But then there's the matter of the broken piece. Maybe I should present it from this angle, or whatever. Should it just present this? Should I present this, maybe? No, that's not right. Because it's such a weird shape. It's a weird shape. Should we go with this? 'Cause that doesn't seem right either. Because this is the one that I just did, isn't it? You've gone past it multiple times. So I was thinking from this angle or whatever. Perhaps this? Because we got the broken off pieces, don't we? Nope, that's not right. At least I'm not getting points taken off for doing this wrong or whatever. We have to look at it from the right angle. Because we have these things. Am I going too far down this way? Because this is the most correct. It feels like this is the most correct. Am I wrong? Apparently that's not right. Because, like, it's close enough. Does it have to match exactly? Because it's not really easy to find, is it? You are wrong. Apparently I'm wrong, Digital Smith. Because it's such a weird shape, right? But maybe we have to use that to our advantage in some way. Because do I need to have the broken off piece like on the top? Is that what needs to happen? It's such a weird shape though. I'm gonna get this eventually. You think maybe it could be this? I have to show it at just the right angle. It doesn't really make a lot of sense, does it? Because the two things on the side aren't pointing the right direction. Oh, maybe it's like this, actually. This looks to be a lot closer, doesn't it? Yeah, I think like this is good. This is good. This has to be it, right? There we go. I got it eventually. Shut up. Well, is this a miracle or what? No one can possibly deny this jar's resemblance to the blue badger. I just didn't want to hear this sound anymore. No, it can't be. Order, order. The defense has proven its claim. The mysterious blue badger witnessed on the day of the crime was actually this. Although we enjoyed Mr. Wright's dramatic performance, one question remains. What's your point? What do you mean? So that badger thing was actually just a jar. That doesn't change anything. I'm afraid that's where you're wrong, Mr. Edgeworth. You see, this changes everything. Indeed. Very well then, please tell us. What's different now that we know the witness saw this jar? The location, the murder weapon, or the murderer? Maybe this is the murder weapon instead. Allow me to take these in turn. At the moment of the murder, the witness saw this jar. At a very specific angle, I might add, Mr. Wright. Yes, well, knowing this, where she could have seen this jar. Where? The location of the jar is shown in a picture taken on the day of the crime. It's on a shelf in the office of Damon Gant. But the body was found lying near Lana Sky's desk. The witness testified so herself. Yes, and it is these two facts that reveal what actually transpired. You see, the struggle between Dark and Marshall did not take place in Lana Sky's office. It happened on the other side of the room, in Chief Gant's office. Are you implying the murderer moved the victim's body? From Damon Gant's office to Lana Sky's office? Yes. Why would he do that? There's no reason. Hello, Chemo.
Hello.
How you doing? Good to see ya. Exactly. If there wasn't a reason, he wouldn't have gone through the trouble. The only logical conclusion is that there was a reason. Do you know what that reason was, Mr. Wright? I finally figured it out. So this is why Lana tried to stop the trial. It's too late to quit now, though. Please recall the witness's testimony. She said she knocked away the man who was holding up the knife. In the next instant, the jar was hit and flew through the air. Now tell me, what could have sent the jar flying? That would have to have been the impact of the man made when he was knocked into the wall? Ladies and gentlemen, if I may draw your attention to this picture once more. If the man was knocked in the direction of the shelf on that jar was sitting on, then what would he have hit? Ah! The suit of armor, holding a very sharp and dangerous looking sword. Wow, what a weird concept. Yes. And since the man who was knocked into the armor was carrying a broken knife, he would have had to have been Neil Marshall, wielding the King of Prosecutors trophy. No, Mr. Wright, you can't be thinking. Yes, there is another possibility of what actually transpired in that room. Another possibility? Of course, the perpetrator would have had no idea, but nevertheless. I don't know if I can go through with this. Mr. Wright, what's the matter? If events took place as the defense theorizes, then the outcome is obvious. In that moment, assuming the man Emma Sky knocked away was actually Prosecutor Neil Marshall, yep, stabbed in the back. Ouch. You mean Mr. Marshall died because of me? No! Oh, this took a turn. Oh, did she faint? Sometimes the truth is not what you want to hear, but you have to hear it. I never imagined her testimony would lead to this. So it was the witness who took the victim's life, and then proved so with her own testimony. How dare! How freaking dare! And then proved so with her own testimony. This is unprecedented. Uh-oh. This can't be good. Objection! What are you saying? I'm sorry, Miss Skye, but given the circumstances, Joe Dark murdered Prosecutor Marshall. How can you think it was Emma? How dare you try to pin the crime on her? Is this why they forged the evidence? To make it look like Joe Dark? Because the evidence, if it wasn't tampered with, pointed to Emma being the killer. Clearly it was accidental, but still. Imagine that, coming from you. If you recall, it was you who admitted to forging evidence 2 years ago. The reason you moved Prosecutor Marshall's body was to keep anyone else from finding out about what Emma did, wasn't it? I assure you, Mr. Edgeworth, I have no idea what you're talking about. If you hope to have anyone believe your insane allegations, I'm afraid you're going to have proof. Tell me, do you have any conclusive evidence that proves my sister killed Neil Marshall? Evidence? I'm willing to bet you don't. Yes, it certainly would be difficult to prove this with evidence. If we don't have evidence, then we'll have to rely on testimony. I'm afraid that won't work in this case. Both parties involved in the incident are dead. Both parties? Oh, wait. We certainly can't get dead people to testify. This has always been a wild goose chase from the beginning. Do we have to present the piece of leather with Lana's prints on it? I don't want to put a 16-year-old in jail, but we need to uncover the truth. This is literally hard. It hurts my heart. It hurts my heart. I don't want to. Touché, Miss Skye. Of course, that only leaves us with one possibility. You mean there's still another possibility? What do you mean, Mr. Edgeworth? I mean...
Exium Thebodi, Embras Necromancy.
Or we can bring Maya back. Maya can talk to the dead. Bring Mia back. I mean, the possibility that the victim has left us a message. For better or for worse, Mr. Marshall did not die instantly. He may have left behind the name of the person who took his life. In one manner or another. That's impossible. That punctured heart and long knife tip was found in the wound. Blood loss in under 10 minutes. Well, there we go. Between 7 and 7:30. That's impossible. Well, Mr. Wright, this is the only possibility left to you. A message from the deceased. Does such a message exist? I've got to think back to the court record. The real murderer's name that the victim may have left behind. This is getting good. Shall we take a look? Evidence for something but what? Bears Emma Skye's prints. It's a piece of cloth. Evidence list. I mean, it's gotta be Gant, right? It's gotta be Gant. We're trying to pin this on Gant, aren't we? Oh. Oh. Neil Marshall. Died from blood loss in under 10 minutes. Weapon found in wound was missing tip. Perpetrator Joe Dark. Serial killer. Lana Sky or Emma Sky? Are you trying to piece this together, Digital Smith? Executive investigators. Well, the thing is, right? Hold on. So if he was... So he was in Gant's office. There's a suit of armor with the thing. But also, right next to that suit of armor, I think, was the safe. And we were able to input 7777 into the safe. Maybe he took a piece of cloth. He took a piece of cloth and put it in the safe, 777. Maybe? Message from the deceased? Oh no. Maybe that was his secret way of trying to tell us who it was. Final fragment found in Chief Gant's safe. Oh. Maybe what it was is that he removed a piece of the unstable jar and put it in Chief Gant's safe. No. I feel like I'm reaching right now. I'm just double checking everything again. Blue Badger. Effort document dated 2/21. Brought back to his office by Gant's request. So we don't know for sure that it was 7777. Solution used for scientific investigation. Find blood traces. Belonged to murderer Joe Dark. Was he trying to grab the knife back? What does the safe have to do with the pot? Because a piece of the broken pot was found in the safe. That's what it has to do. Victim shoe. Because this is all way later. Halberd was removed at Gant's behest, giving it its current form. King of Prosecutor's Trophy. Because we're trying to pin this on Gant. We're pretty sure that Gant is behind all of this, right? That doesn't mean the victim put it there. I mean, true, but we're going over the evidence, aren't we? Real murderer's name that the victim may have left behind. There's Emma Sky's prints. Half of this list was found in Gant's desk. Photo of the award ceremony of Gant, Lana, and Neil. Zeroshin, hello!
Hi!
How you doing? Thank you so much for the raid.
Welcome. Welcome.
Hello!
Hands up, this is a raid. Namikaze Mika, hello. That was Chewbacca. It's raid time. It's a Z-raid. Like Xerox almost. You're also playing Phoenix Wright Ace Attorney. Where are you in the story? I don't know if you're behind me or ahead of me, but we are currently on the final day of the trial for the 5th case in the first game. The one with the Sky Sisters. Where are you in the game? Are you ahead of me? Behind me? Same case? Where are we? You're in the second game, but you are catching up fast. Well, there we go. Okay, so this isn't spoilers then for you. First day of case 3 on the second game. But I know exactly where you are. Case 5 is tough. Oh, it's getting there. We're on the final day of the trial. But also, thank you again so much for the raid. Hold on. Let me turn that off briefly, because I want to introduce my content to anyone who might be new here. Hello, I'm a variety streamer. I play all sorts of stuff. Here's a little sample of my content. I hope you enjoy. Guys, what do you do when your fire suppression system is on fire? Prepare the first try emote. I'll head down to my special spot one more time. One more time indeed. I'm gonna go outside.
The pit of despair.
It's a tunnel of me! Very conclusive poll, everyone. Thank you. Oh, look at you! Forgot I had the mask on. You can dodge a wrench, you can dodge a ball. Fire truck, where are you going? You're gonna be needed again. I love go. Oh my god. It's just a prank, bro.
Arnold Schwarzenegger on, you will take care of it with your rock nipples.
I want you to shut up. I must go. My people need me. Hello. The case is getting good now. Also, we're about to have a very small ad break. So we'll take a 90-second recess to bring you some sponsored things, I guess? That doesn't make any sense. I'll see you very, very soon, okay? Meanwhile, we're trying to go over the evidence for this case. I'm just going to go over the evidence again. See what we can piece together. The real murderer's name that the victim may have left behind either doesn't exist or it's in the evidence. Because if we suspect that Gant is behind all of this, then we want to try and pin it on him in some way, but we also want to be truthful about everything that we present here, don't we? We have so much evidence, we have almost 3 pages full of evidence. So stabbed in the back, died from a punctured heart and lung. A knife tip was found in the wound. Single stab wound piercing heart and lung. Assessment died from blood loss in under 10 minutes. Weapon found in wound was missing tip. Piece of cloth found in Chief Gant's safe. Evidence for something, but what? Bears Emma Sky's prints. I wonder if I should present this, if this is a piece of cloth from Neil Marshall's like outfit, because he was dressed as a cowboy as well, dressed in full leather. I don't want to put Emma Sky in jail. I really don't. But if she's not a murderer, okay? And I'd want to point out the difference between murder and manslaughter. Because she didn't purposely kill anyone. But maybe she didn't actually do anything either. Robin Santos, hello! Oh, hold on.
Hello there.
Hello there. How you doing? Alright, are we ready to present some evidence? I saved here. I'm gonna save again because I don't trust myself. I don't trust anything that happens. It's in the evidence. Or perhaps it doesn't exist. The real murderer's name that the victim may have left behind. There's not really anything in the evidence. We looked at the evidence, there's nothing that definitively shows this is the person who killed me. Don't feel bad for saving constantly here. Some of this is very tricky. I'm gonna say that it doesn't exist. I'm just gonna see what happens. Because there's nothing in the evidence that's like, yes, this person killed me for sure. The things that I could present here could be this piece of cloth. Final fragment found in Chief Gant's safe. Blood traces. Oh, wait a minute. Hold on. Hold on. So the piece that was broken off and missing that we found in Gant's safe, that was the piece that had like a large trail of something on it. This is what I'm thinking. That Neil Marshall, he was able to write the killer's name on this jar. Gant took the piece that had the majority of the name written on it and hid it away. But how come no one wiped the blood off is the real question. Right now it's unreadable. But if we check it again, I'm curious. The dark red stains must be blood traces from the incident 2 years ago. Only the fragment found in Chief Gant's office still has lines remaining on it. Yeah. That to me looks a lot like a little bit of an E and the start of an M. Can we turn this around a little bit? Yeah, it sure as hell looks like an so if we were to try and fill this in, right? Can you see my mouse? No? I'm trying. Okay, I'll just take my thing like this. So we can see this big line right here. So it goes up like that. So that looks like an M. But if we connect the dots, the rest of it looks like EMA. I think we have to present this. I'm trying to remember the context of the evidence presentation. Oh my god. I don't want to, but I think I might have to. It's in the evidence. This message from the deceased is already in our possession. Mr. Wright, will you stop at nothing to prove my sister a murderer? She wasn't a murderer. She didn't do it on purpose. Do not be mistaken, Miss Skye. Our purpose is not to accuse Emma of any crime. There is only one thing we seek: the truth. No matter how painful it may be. Exactly. I don't want to put a 16-year-old in jail. But if she's the one who killed someone, then we need to get to the bottom of this. Is that the reason why she forged evidence? To make it look like Emma didn't do the killing? She was protecting her sister the whole time. No matter how painful it may be.
Egilix the pen.
This hurts my heart. Now then, Mr. Wright, please show us the piece of evidence that conveys a message from the deceased. I think we have to. This is the message left by the deceased. This is that blue badger from before, right? Oh, is he going to just speak on the killer's name? If that thing could, I'm sure it would. Looks like everyone's forgotten this is just a jar. A message was left here on the surface of this jar. What do you mean? If you look closely, you can see a faint trail of blood on this jar. It looks like someone wiped the blood away. Yep. Yes, but notice. For some reason, the blood on some of the fragments was not wiped away. What if we were to use luminol spray on it? Is that where this is going? If we see the remaining trails of blood that were wiped away? For some reason, the blood on some of the fragments was not wiped away. Yes, there is a line here, drawn on in blood. So what you're saying is these dots were once lines. Prosecutor Marshall did not die instantly. He used the few precious moments left to him to leave behind a message. One that someone apparently wiped away. But blood must have seeped into the jar where the lines changed directions. Precisely so. All we need to do is connect these points, and the victim's message will become apparent. No! Mr. Wright? What kind of message did the victim leave for us? Your Honor, I believe these bloodstains will reveal to us the answer. I've got to connect these dots to make letters. There's only one thing the victim would have written, given the circumstances. His murderer's name. So, do I start from here? This is so hard. I don't want to put her away. But I think we have to. This is so hard. This hurts my heart. I guess that's all we can do. I'm so sorry, Emma. My heart hurts. But we have to get to the truth. It's a defense attorney's duty to prove their client's innocence. That's why all I've been thinking about is saving Lana. After all my efforts, I never thought it would turn out like this. Emma. So this is the final message Prosecutor Marshall left behind. Seems like you come closer to the truth. There's still more to it, but you're on the right track. Well, I'm sure there's more to this. This is only the former part of the trial. Of all people, she may not have meant it, but in the end, the one who took the victim's life was Emma Skye. See, Worthy? Can't say I didn't warn you. It's Gant! We still have to put him away. He's still very suspicious, and I still claim that he's behind something. Chief Gant, do you understand the implications of what you've done? What? What are you talking about? 2 years ago, Joe Dark was sentenced to death. He was convicted because of his final murder. I believe you were the prosecutor in the case, were you not? Ack. Yes, Worthy. Because of you, an innocent man was sentenced to death. Not only that, but you used forged evidence to ensure his conviction. Objection! But Joe Dark really was a serial murderer. That's undeniable. I'm afraid that's not important. Didn't you know we weren't defenders of justice? What? We're merely keepers of the law. Sentencing a man to death is no light matter. even if there wasn't any cover-up or evidence forgery. Ultimately, the responsibility falls on the prosecutor in charge. Despite what anyone may say, this fact cannot be denied. Well, there's a lot of... What's going on at the prosecutor's office? They may have sent an innocent man to his death. How can he just stand there like it wasn't his fault? Order! 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 That can't end well. In Japanese, his name translates to Demon Gent. Demon Gent? I was thinking he looks like Ganondorf. And he plays the organ and lives on the top of a tower, much like Ganondorf also does. The gavel's pounding fell on deaf ears. Unable to settle the crowd, the judge declared a recess. Where this trial is headed, no one knows. To be continued! Gent, like gentleman, oh. That makes way too much sense, doesn't it? Trial ladder. Trial former, trial ladder. Well, here we go. We're doing good. February 25th, 12:06, District Court, Defendant Lobby number 2. Sorry, Edgeworth. I didn't mean to get you in trouble. Don't worry about it. This is my problem, not yours. Hope I'm not interrupting anything, pals. It's Gumshoe! We still don't understand why Gumshoe's bloody handprint was at the scene. Actually, no. The handprint that we found of Gumshoe's was just his normal handprint on his locker, like it would be there. The bloody handprint on Gumshoe's locker was a glove. Phoenix Wright loves making their characters' names all puns. Yeah, I guess they do. Oh, I guess I am. I'll come back later. Wait, Detective Gumshoe, what is it? Yeah, he got fired, didn't he? You've got a lot of nerve, pal. Making a detective run around while on duty. And to top it off, you call me here. I've seen happier people at funerals. I take it Lana's having you run errands again? Let me tell you, this is the last time, pal. Here, she asked me to give you this if there was a break in today's trial. Evidence law? Edgeworth was talking about this just the other day. Interesting. Oh, I like the picture on there. It's like, Sherlock Holmes, but it's like a ducky with the pipe and stuff. It's cute. You must know the 2 rules of evidence law. Rule number 1, no evidence shall be shown without the approval of the police department. Is that right, Mr. Wright? It seems so. You could at least study some evidence law, really. The chief prosecutor also wanted me to give you a message. A message? She said if you're planning to take him on, you're going to need this book. Him? I guess I'll need to give this book a thorough read. Evidence law securely slipped in the pocket. From Miss Sky explains the 2 rules of evidence law. So the evidence that we presented wasn't exactly given with permission from the police department, was it? So it can be ruled out, right? Is that how this works? It wasn't presented with permission, so we can't legally use that evidence, right? But I guess she only gave us this if we took Gant on, because Gant is clearly suspicious. Seems that's how it works in the game, possibly. Doesn't look like that book will do you any good now, though. All that's left now is the chief prosecutor's sentence. That's where you're wrong, detective. Huh? Haven't you figured it out yet? Why I'm still sitting in that prosecutor's seat? Despite all these allegations being thrown at me? Mr. Edgeworth! The real trial today hasn't begun yet. What? What else is there left to do? Your credibility's been all but ruined with this forged evidence you were unaware of. Emma Skye found out she was unwittingly caused a man's death. And now you're telling me you want to do more. You've got to be killing me, pal. You're missing the point, Detective. Lana didn't murder Detective Goodman. She merely stuck a knife into his dead body. That means the real killer is still out there. What? And we're going to expose him. No matter what it takes. This case has hurt too many people. It's time to bring it to an end. It's getting good. 12:52. Not at all how it works in real life, though. Not until it comes up in context, but keep that in your back pocket for sure. It's critical. Because the thing is, right, if I do anything wrong, like if I lose all my points in the top right, I lose the case. So there is some leeway, but that's also why I'm constantly saving as well. Should we read over this? Rules for submitting evidence. Rule number 1. No evidence shall be shown without the approval of the police department. So we've already broken that rule. Rule number 2. Unregistered evidence presented must be relevant to the case on trial. We did go over these rules before. Okay. Court will now reconvene for the trial of Miss Lana Skye. Mr. Edgeworth? Yes, Your Honor. The Inquiry Committee is planning to impose harsh penalties for your actions. Thank you for the news, Your Honor. Yes, well... normally this is where the prosecution calls forth a witness. But, this isn't easy to say. You see, there is some concern that you, Mr. Edgeworth, may have, struck a bargain. Dormammu, I've come to bargain. The thing outside the box, you'll know when it becomes relevant. It's all the kind of stuff I have to keep in the back of my mind, and I have to refer to the court record quite often. We have 3 freaking pages worth of evidence. It's freaking nuts, though. You think I may have manipulated the witnesses? I didn't say that. It's just, you see, everyone has been talking, and... Very well, Your Honor. I have a solution. A solution? That being the case, the prosecution will allow the defense to call forth all further witnesses. What? But there's no precedent for what you're proposing. Undeniably, this is an unusual arrangement, but a very effective one. It would prove that I haven't struck any deals with the witnesses. Well, Mr. Wright, what do you say? Unbelievable. Edgeworth has found a way to continue the trial. Very well, the defense accepts the prosecution's proposal. Then it's settled. The, defense may now call forth the next witness. Mr. Wright? You do realize this is your last chance. If you call the wrong witness, this trial is as good as over. The defense calls. The time's finally come to bring out the real murderer. Going up against the chief of police who knows every trick in the book to succeed. To go head to head, you gotta beat him at his own game. Does seem like that way. Call the judge as a witness. Witness to the murder known as the Cough-Up Queen. Self-styled scientific investigator. Client sister of Lana Sky. So we're talking about the murderer of... I present Bruce Goodman. That'd be hilarious. I'll lose a point over it, I don't care. Although I did want to... do it. This is gonna be funny. Take that! Objection. It appears I've overestimated you, Mr. Wright. Huh? For a moment I actually thought you knew what you were doing. Mr. Wright, this court has long since tired of your questionable antics. I still don't have any concrete evidence. But judging by the direction everything seems to be pointing, there's another even more suspicious person. Events calls. I never tried calling blatantly wrong people to the stand. I mean, I saved right before doing the thing. I want to see... I'm gonna lose all my points over this. I don't care. I just want to see what would happen if I did this. Yeah, so this is all gonna be the wrong people. I did make a save before this. Everything's fine, honestly. This is just really funny to me. Defense calls. Gumshoe! For some hilarious dialogue. That would have... So I was thinking, like, if you present... It's like, I present the witness to the murder of Bruce Goodman. Bruce Goodman is the murderer of Bruce Goodman. That would have been really funny. Missed opportunity, I agree with you. Appears I've overestimated you. Another even more suspicious person. Meekins! Nope. You think I give a shit? I failed to give the court sufficient reason to doubt the prosecution's claim. Miss Lana Sky, guilty! The accused will surrender to the court immediately, to be held pending trial at higher court within a month from today's date. Yay, we lost!
So you get nothing! You lose! Good day, sir!
Alright. Are we ready to go back in?
Oh shit. Here we go again.
Alright, I'm just gonna fast forward through everything since we don't care. We don't care about any of this. No, we don't care at all. You're gonna need this book. Yay for pausing, pressing everything so often. Here we go. Alright, are we almost done with this? Unbelievable. You're unbelievable. You're unbelievable. Do 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 do. All right, here we go. Now for real. The time's finally come to bring out the real murderer, Damon Gant. Damon Gant. The defense calls Damon Gant to the stand. Damon Gant? What does he have to do with anything? As the defendant's partner 2 years ago, Mr. Gant had first-hand knowledge of the crime. I feel we should hear what he has to say about it. As luck would have it, he should still be in the courthouse. He would also be the least likely to have been manipulated by me in any way. Wouldn't you agree, Your Honor? True. All right, bailiff, please escort Mr. Gant to the stand. Witness, please state your name and occupation. What is this, some kind of practical joke? I was just on my way to lunch. Your name and occupation, sir. Worthy, are you sure you want to do this? Your name and occupation. Stop pausing! So, you want to play hardball, eh? Please, Mr. Gant. Fine. My name is Damon Gant. I'm the acting chief of police. Now then, Chief Gant, the court requests to hear your testimony. Oh, righto. What's with this grim face? First, let's clear up this SL9 incident. Oh, you mean that time when Lana's sister murdered that prosecutor? Personally, I think it's been made pretty clear already. There are still some things unaccounted for. Oh? Like what? Like the role you played in all of this. Son, either you're very brave or very foolish. You are aware, of course, that a police chief has all kinds of weapons at his disposal. Weapons? Sure, take my testimony, for example. I don't have to give it if I don't want to. What? Is that true? I'm afraid so. The chief of police has the right to refuse to testify. Of course, such an action carries with it certain risks. Don't worry, I'm not here to hinder your trial. Just remember, if this turns out to be a big waste of time, don't say I didn't warn you. Very well. The witness may now begin his testimony.
We're taking on the chief, everyone.
As I recall, Neil and I were questioning him that day. To make a long story short, we slipped up. That power outage didn't help either. When I went to my office, I found Lana there. Apparently she had already arranged the crime scene. As you can see, I had nothing to do with this forgery. Is that when Dark was arrested? Him? He was lying on the floor, unconscious. Unconscious, not dead? Actually, no, that would be true, isn't it? When Emmett sent Neil flying, it seems Dark bumped his head. I see. Everything's pretty clear-cut. If the police chief has the right to refuse to testify, then I'd better hit him hard and fast. Cross-examination of the SL9 incident. Alright. I don't want anyone to miss any of this. So we're gonna take another quick 90-second recess. And then we're going to press on the chief. I'll see you very soon. I'm gonna go ahead and take a pee break. Actually, you know what? I'm gonna make it a 3-minute ad break. So I'll take 5 minutes to go use the bathroom or whatever I need to do. So I will see you all very, very soon. Enjoy these clips. Thanks for watching so far. I'll be back in a few minutes, so I'm just not gonna do it. Maybe I need to... What the f? Autopilot is so useless right now. What was that? God damn it. You don't even know. But come at me, bro. I'm ready for you. Oh, hi. Hello. I was not ready for you. Oh, slice. Slice the bastard. Oh.
I am what you seek. Want to help you.
I don't believe you. Don't you dare touch Pilla. Oh, don't like it. Don't come out of the ice and ground and go right back in like a dolphin. You are not a dolphin, you're Terra. Your sword is stronger. You can feel its power throbbing in your hand. I feel something else throbbing in my hand. I'm so sorry. Oh my god, it's spitting out so many things. Oh. Did the clock swallow that person? I think so. I have seen other things swallow students in this game. Hogwarts is a really dangerous place for children. It really is. I don't know how they haven't been shut down with all the potential lawsuits that they would be getting from child endangerment. Oh, what is this now? I can't stand that sound any longer. You, go out there. You kill them, kill as many of them as possible. And take their eyes. Oh god, no. Their lifeless, evil, staring eyes. Just make the sound stop. Please. Acquired new quest, the sound. Take their eyes. It's so... I don't like the sounds. It's so scary. Murloc. Ew, why are you holding 5 fish eyes? That's disgusting. Here, take this reward and never come near me, you crazy person. You asked me to kill all those mermaids and bring the eyes to you. What are you talking about, lady? I want you to shut up. Okay, lady, you told me to do that. I did exactly what you wanted me to do. What are you talking about? Don't come near me. Crazy bitch. You crazy bitch. That's what I'm... You can't shoot me. Ha ha. You can't shoot me.
Are you absolutely sure you're solving these correctly? I mean, yes, you solved it.
But
I'm wondering if maybe there's a number of ways.
Whoops! I got myself shot at because I forgot the turrets were pointing at me. I probably deserved that. What do the other buttons do? Okay, so pizza to launch something. Oh, sweet, I can yeet myself. That's fun. Yeet? We got a self-yeeting microphone. Or microwave. I know. Do all redheads look the same to you? No, just Fred and George because they're literally identical. Oh. What? So I crashed into a wall, that was my fault. But then the bike fell on top of me. I suppose I can... Whoa. Oh, really? Are you serious right now? What? Oh, that's so... Oh, are my paws getting all covered in paint now? Oh, that's so cute! Little paint paws. This is such a cat thing to do. Why am I so sensitive to death? Why is there not more health available in this game? This is ridiculous. Yeah, I'm really glad I did that because I thought I got something good, like a piece of heart out of it, but I wasn't sure. But I'm glad I... Seagulls, go away. This bait is for the peg only. Oh my god, I hate seagulls. I've established that in Tomb Raider when I kept shooting them for fun. That was fantastic. Yeah, so I kind of have a lower voice for a female. Coming for the town, carry me home. Or maybe I can be like Princess Druidia. Nobody knows the trouble I've seen. Nobody knows but Jesus. She's a base. Also, I don't know Canada. She's a base. Nobody knows the trouble I've seen. Nobody knows but Jesus. Nobody knows the trouble I've seen. It's so hard to get by. There we go. Are you happy with that? That was beautiful. Are we ready to go? Oh wait, no, I did want to do that. Shit. That one doesn't count. Scrap that. Okay, hold on. And we're back. Hello, everybody. We are now putting Chief Gant on trial. We're getting right to the end of this. This is gonna be really tough. I should probably save. Saving is good. I'm gonna save again just in case. We're finally going against the chief himself, because he's still very suspicious. As I recall, Neil and I were questioning him that day. As I recall, a ceremony was held at the police department that day. Yes, that's right. I guess you could say I'm a workaholic. After winning his award, Neil was all fired up too. That's probably what spooked Dark and made him run away like that. Was the defendant, Lana Skye, also present in that room? I don't quite remember. At the very least, she wasn't there when Dark ran for it. To make a long story short, we slipped up. That power outage didn't help either. So the two of you ran immediately after him, right? That's right, but Dark made it to the elevator first. So Neil and I split up. He went upstairs and I went downstairs. I guess you could say. He got lucky. What's this about a power outage? Also, if they got to the elevator, couldn't you see, like, the lit up arrow if it's up or down? How many elevators were there? Was it just the one elevator? Or was there another elevator that they could take? If they went to the elevator, or elevators, and they saw that one was already busy, they should see which arrow lights up or down. I don't know, maybe I'm getting too much into elevator physics. Oh, that. The elevator stopped all of a sudden, and I got the shock of my life. Well, wait a minute. No, this isn't the same elevator accident or whatever. No. No, it's definitely not the same incident as Miles's father being killed. Definitely not the same, is it? Well, probably not as shocked as Neil was when that knife went into his heart, though. That's not funny. When I went to my office, I found Lana there. Could you tell us what you saw? It was a shocking sight. It did seem pretty suspicious. It did seem pretty suspicious that there were two bodies just right on top of each other. Yeah, that definitely looks like Lana Sky's office, doesn't it? Based on the layout that I remember. Neil and that serial killer were lying in a heap on the floor, all tangled together. Dark was also lying collapsed on the floor? Yes, apparently he hit his head and was knocked out. Next to them were those two poor girls. Lana and Emma. Lana was cradling Emma in her arms. Looking back at it now, she must have already known what her sister had done. Apparently she had already arranged the crime scene. How can you know that? Because of the victim's body, it had already been moved. So that means you found the body near Lana's desk? That's right. That's right. I think you said earlier, it was my suit of armor that really stabbed the prosecutor. That is very suspicious indeed. Yes. Anyway, as you can see, I had nothing to do with the forgery. So you're saying that the forgery had already taken place by the time you arrived at your office? That's exactly what I'm saying. I can understand how Lana must have felt. But moving a body and hiding evidence are inexcusable, no matter what the circumstances. Is that how it really went down? Staring at the witness won't do you any good, Mr. Wright. If you're going to stare at anything, you'd better be staring up at the court record. Or, you know, at my handsome face. Just look at my hair. He's got that 90s boy band hairstyle, though, doesn't he? You'd be better off staring at the court record. Worthy, worthy, always the smooth talker. But which piece of evidence ties Gant to the forgery? Lana did admit to forging evidence, but that can't be the whole truth. Somehow I've got to link Gant to the incident. Okay. So what do we have? Halberd was removed at Gant's behest, giving it its current form. The halberd was removed at Gant's behest. The awards ceremony. So was this taken... When exactly was this picture taken? Was this taken before they were questioning Dark? Because when did that portion of the shield get removed? We slipped up. That power outage didn't help either. When I went to my office, I found Lana there. It had already arranged the crime scene. I had nothing to do with this forgery. But perhaps you did, actually. We still haven't used this parking stub, have we? Allegedly dancing in the evidence room at the time of the murder at the police department. So whose bloody hand was that? Oh, hi. Hi, kitty. Are you hanging out with me? I don't know what she's doing. Goodman's autopsy report. So this is having to do with the thing that happened 2 years ago. We're not going to present anything that's for the current case because it's not relevant right now. There's a kitty right here. Hi, kitty. There you go. Hang out over there, okay? Very cute. Victim's memo found in the car trunk. It's Goodman's note. 221 SL9. Muffler. And crime scene wrapped in the defendant's muffler, small tag attached. Luminal testing fluid solution used for scientific investigation. Finds blood traces, spray to use. ID card record. IDs of all who entered the evidence room. I feel like this isn't relevant just yet. But also, what the hell was this for? Evidence from a past case of Edgeworth brought back to his office by Gant's request. Yeah, so Edgeworth took this out of the evidence room to bring it back to Edgeworth's office at the prosecutor's office, basically. Goodman's lost item report. Scene of the stabbing as a detective. Extremely thin rubber glove. I feel like all of this evidence has to be presented at some point, right? My nose is itchy. Final fragment found in Chief Gant's safe. Emma is written on the surface in blood. So maybe we can present this, proving that... Why was this in his safe? That would be the thing. Emma was written on the surface in blood. Found a bloody handprint on Marshall's own locker. The print had been wiped. Files for the Joe Dart killing solved 2 years ago. Perpetrator... Jason Knight. Jason Knight, Phoenix Wright. Miles Edgeworth. Witnesses Lana Skye and Emma Skye. Executive investigators Damon Gant and Lana Skye. Head investigator Bruce Goodman. So I'm thinking of presenting this because this was in his safe. Half of this was found in Gant's desk. Well, that was in his desk, right? Yeah, because we can't read the list itself, can we? Oh my god. So we have this. Found in Chief Gant's safe evidence for something, but what? Bears Emma Skye's prints. We'll have to present this at some point, but not yet. So why was this in your safe, good sir? I think I'm gonna save, and then I'm gonna present this and see what happens. Shay? Please stop coming up here. I can't see the game. Alright, let's present this. There's too many pages. You claim you had nothing to do with the forgery. But I'm afraid that is a claim you cannot back up. Explain yourself. Several pieces of evidence were found in your office. Take this jar, for example. That's the blue badger you showed us earlier. A piece of this jar was discovered in your safe. Not only that, but the evidence list I presented earlier was actually found inside your desk. It was found where? You see, Chief Gant, these articles of evidence uncovered in your office are both concrete proof that you also played a part in the illegal investigation. Chief Gant, what's the meaning of this? Ho! Here's a defense attorney who may even rival Worthy. So you admit to it then? That you were involved in the forgery? Who, me? Or do you mean you? Me? Why would I have anything to do with that? Well, you were the one who snuck into my office when you found this evidence. Prosecutors aren't the only ones capable of forging evidence, you know? Defense attorneys can do so too. Isn't that right, Righto? However, Detective Gumshoe was present during the investigation. Worthy, my boy. Not even detectives are exempt from the law. Rest assured, Dick will receive his due punishment. What? What? If Detective Gumshoe's salary drops any further, he'll end up paying to work. He'll end up paying to work. Yes, well, in light of the detective's presence, please give us your testimony regarding these pieces of evidence found in your office and their relation to the forgery that took place at the crime scene. My. Kids these days no longer know how to put 2 and 2 together. At least this judge doesn't, because he's kind of dumb. Evidence and forgery. Let's see now. What was it now? A jar fragment? And a list? For all I know, you could have planted them in my office. Anyway, you can't prove when those pieces of evidence were discovered. If they were found after Dark was convicted, then they're worthless. There's no reason I'd participate in a forgery. Rearranging the crime scene wouldn't help me out in any way. Mr. Wright? Yes, Your Honor? When investigating the crime scene, you should have been more careful to observe protocol. You do understand that I'm the chief of police, right? There will be consequences. Ooh. Indeed, I believe I will press charges so you won't make the same mistake again. My apologies, Chief, but would you mind waiting until tomorrow for that? Today is, well, you know. Alright, Udgy. And return, though. I know. That place, right? Huh? What are these guys, telepathic? Evidence and forgery. We're gonna save over this one instead. So let me take a look at this. Does it say that we have to... Do both of these rules have to come into play at the same time, or can we do just one rule at a time? Unregistered evidence must be relevant to the case on trial. No evidence shall be shown without the approval of the police department. Do they both have to be relevant? Evidence for something but what? Bears Emma Sky's prints. For all I know, you could have planted them in my office. I'd appreciate if you'd stop making these ridiculous allegations. Yes, you do have a point. You wouldn't have the guts to do something like that. What? I'll have you know, back in the day I once broke into a cattle ranch and tipped... Mr. Wright, what are you saying? Anyway, you can't prove you didn't carry in the evidence, can you? If you have proof to the contrary, you're going to need it later. Later? What are you talking about? What else? I'm talking about when Rido's prints were found. Yes, if they're found inside my safe, then they were proof his investigation was illegal. I've never faced anyone as slimy as this guy. Anyway, you can't prove when those pieces of evidence were discovered. What do you mean by that? This is all purely hypothetical, of course. But suppose I did place those items in my safe. Such an act wouldn't necessarily constitute forgery. If concealing evidence found at a crime scene isn't forgery... I'm not through speaking yet, Rido. It all depends on when the evidence was discovered. If they were found after Dark was convicted, then they're worthless. Are you saying this jar fragment wasn't discovered in the initial investigation? It would appear not. After all, it wasn't listed in the evidence list. For all we know, it could have suddenly materialized the day after Dark was sentenced. Oh, and wouldn't that be convenient? Right? The chief is talking about a possibility, so long as you can't rule that out. Your remarks, however, clever they may be, will only succeed in wasting time. Tell me something I don't know. Come now, Rido. Think about it. There's no reason I'd participate in a forgery. How can you look me in the eye and say that? Because I'm innocent. Remember? Who was it that murdered Neil? I'm not sure I care for the word murder here. But in the end, the person responsible for Mr. Marshall's unfortunate demise was Emma Sky. Well, now do you see? Rearranging the crime scene wouldn't help me out in any way. Really, Chief Gant? At the very least, there is one very large benefit you've reaped from all this. Oh? I wasn't aware. What is this benefit? That would, of course, be the position you have. Chief of Police. Oh. The resolution of the SL9 incident secured your promotion to Chief. That in itself is sufficient motive. Good point. Ho, ho, ho. Oh, that's a good one. Oh, the music is playing again. Huh? Do you really think I'm that incompetent? What do you mean? Even without that case, I was already in line to become the next chief. The resolution of SL9 merely sped up the inevitable a little. Is that true, Edgeworth? Yes. He was going to be made chief anyway. Gah! Be careful when pointing that finger, or you might wind up being the one pointed at. So that means there's only one possible motivation for you to commit a forgery. If you didn't do it for yourself, then you did it for someone else. Don't be silly, Worthy. You know me better than that. There are only 3 people I look out for. Me, myself, and I. There, it's out in the open now. Aji, would you mind if I changed my testimony a little? By all means, please do. I wouldn't be anyone's accomplice if there was nothing in it for me. But would there be evidence for something, but what? What is this cloth anyway? List of evidence on an SL9 incident. Half of this list was found on Gant's desk. That from a punctured heart and lung. A knife tip was in the wound. The knife tip from where, though? Head prosecutor, witnesses Lana and Emma, executive investigators. Jake Marshall, Angel Star. Does those people come and play at some point? Nothing in it for you. Sorry, but the only person I care about is yours truly. That girl, Lana's little sister, was it? If you think I felt sorry for her, you'd better think again. You're right. You don't feel sorry for anyone. Be tough on crime and tough on people. That's how I was raised. You seem to be lax enough on yourself, though.
Ho, ho, ho. Merry Christmas. Oh, that's a good one, Worthy.
Would there have been something in it for him? Given his selfishness, would he have helped someone out? True, you might not help out anyone for their sake. But if it would benefit you, you might decide to assist someone. Mr. Wright? It appears you're positively determined to portray the chief as a nice man who likes to lend people a hand. That's not what I mean. Very well then. Who is this person you believe Chief Gant may have helped to forge evidence? You believed Chief Gant may have helped forge evidence. Mysterious lunch lady. Who's this person you believe Chief Gant may have helped forge evidence? The victim, obviously. Why would Bruce Goodman die? See, the thing is, right, Goodman was never demoted. Everyone else involved in this case was demoted or fired or whatever, but Bruce Goodman was the only one who stayed a detective or investigator or whatever. And then when all of this goes down, he's the one who ends up dead.
Righto, my boy. The look on your face is almost enough to motivate even me to help you out.
What? I hope you understand it's not a compliment. Chief Gant would have wanted something in return. He must have wanted to be able to blackmail the person he helped.
Oh.
Obviously. Defense has nothing more to say. Chief, would you please repeat your testimony from the beginning? Point out accomplice. You wouldn't be able to blackmail someone. Defendant and chief prosecutor for the district at hand, wounded on her right hand. Chief prosecutor Lana Skye? The defendant? I believe it's quite obvious in light of the circumstances. Emma Skye fell victim to an unfortunate series of events. Who would want to help her more than her own sister, Lana? And as for Chief Gant, he would also have a reason to help Lana if she asked him to. That reason, of course, is self-profit. Self-profit? What do you mean? After the SL9 incident was resolved, Lana Skye was appointed chief prosecutor at the prosecutor's office. The person who arranged this job change was you, Chief Gant. But how would he profit from all this? He would be able to use chief prosecutor as his puppet. Essentially, he would acquire unchecked authority over all investigations. Do you mean to tell me that despite the chief's formidable appearance, he plays with puppets? This is making me think of one scene, and I'm going to bring it up. Oh my god. Should I just play the scene? Or maybe I won't play the whole scene, but I'll go like to the end of the video or something.
First, we are alone. Oh, no, I hate you, I hate you, I hate you, leave me alone. Yet, I find you strangely attractive. Of course you do. Druish princesses are often attracted to money and power, and I have both, and you know it. Oh, leave me alone. No, kiss me. No, no, yes, no.
I know you can't
no,
see it,
yes,
but that's
no,
fine.
Yeah.
Basically, Lord Helmet is playing with dolls right now.
Your helmet is so big.
Lord Helmet, what? You need it on the bridge, sir.
Knock on my door. Knock next time.
Yes, sir.
Did you see anything?
No, sir. I didn't see you playing with your dolls again.
Good.
I love that scene. He plays with puppets? Oh, wait. You mean puppet as in someone forced to do his bidding. Never mind. Admit it, Chief. You assisted Lana Skye in forging evidence. Your motive? To appoint her as chief prosecutor so you could control her. Righto, my boy. You have quite an imagination. Let me ask you something. What? Do you have any proof of this, that I controlled Lana? For example, is Lana testifying that I've done such a thing? Lana. She's keeping quiet to protect Emma. There's no way she'd testify against Gant. I'm afraid without any proof, this all amounts to nothing more than mere conjecture. Unless... that is also what happened in this incident. This incident? Bro, this judge is so dumb. We're talking about right now, with the murder that happened 3 days ago. Of course I'm talking about the murder of Detective Bruce Goodman. The chief prosecutor has been acting strange throughout this entire trial. Almost as if someone has been controlling her. Worthy, you'd better watch your tongue. I wouldn't want you to get hurt. Just what do you mean? What he means, Your Honor, is that Chief Gant is involved in the murder of Detective Goodman. Not only that, but the Chief is now making Lana take the rap to cover up his involvement. What? What?
Order, order, order. I said order. Mr. Wright, you can't be serious. Huh? This is an affront to the highest ranking officer in our law enforcement agency. To accuse the chief of police of blackmail and murder. That is impossible. Your Honor, I was merely reiterating what Mr. Edgeworth said in an easier to understand language. It's too late, Mr. Wright. There's no turning back for us now. It looks like he's the one who decided to go through with this. Can you prove this, Mr. Wright? That the chief, a high-ranking officer of the law, is involved in this murder? Good question. I think 7777 comes into play. Regardless of his rank or title, Chief Gant is just a man. The question is he a criminal? I believe the evidence will tell. I see. Alright then. Let's see what Mr. Wright's got, and it better be good. Show us this evidence that ties Chief Gant to the murder of Detective Goodman. It's gotta be this. This is an ID card list. Yes, the one that shows who entered the evidence room on the day of the crime. There was one ID on this list we couldn't determine the owner of yesterday. 777777. Sorry, but there's no way you can prove that's my card number. It's your number. What? How do you know that? The safe in Chief Gant's office requires a code to open. A 7-digit code. 7 digits? You don't mean... I'm afraid so, Your Honor. The code was 77777. The same as the remaining ID card number on that list. Chief Gant, you entered the evidence room on the day of the crime. Look at him, he's sweating! He's sweating! We've got him cornered. Order, order! Chief Gant, what do you have to say? Nothing. The defense's search of my office was in violation of regulations. And I will demand that Mr. Wright be punished to the maximum extent of the law. But right now, this court demands an explanation from you about the use of this ID card. Chief Gant, so you admit it. You entered the evidence room on the day of the crime? What about it? I'm chief of police, whether it's the evidence room or the bathroom. What's the difference? I can go anywhere I want. Tell me, when you entered the room, were you alone? I always go to the bathroom alone, as I do with the evidence room. Detective Goodman wouldn't have happened to be with you that day, would he? Let me check something. Yeah, so Edgeworth was in there. So 20 minutes. Detective Goodman wouldn't have happened to be with you that day, would he? Of course not. Why would he be? I hadn't seen him in days. You hadn't seen him in days, Chief Gant. I'm afraid you've just undone yourself. On that day, you had to have met with Detective Goodman. What do you mean? This trial's purpose is to determine Lana Sky's guilt. No, it isn't, Your Honor. This trial's purpose is to determine the truth. If Chief Gant met the victim on the day of the crime, then we need to determine one thing. What transpired during that meeting? In that case, Mr. Wright, I'm going to have to ask you for evidence. Show us proof that the victim went to meet Chief Gant on the day of the crime.
I think it has to be the tape, right? The victim went to meet Chief Gant on the day of the crime. It's on the tape. And the thing is, right, the light was already lit up. We presented this before. But again, we know that he was in there. Oh, no, this! It's this! We have to present this. Now, this is... I'm glad I went over the evidence again. It has to be this, right? Detective Goodman lost his ID card on the day of the crime. Or to be more accurate, Jake Marshall stole it. So Detective Goodman filled out a lost item report. He would have had to give that report to the Chief of Police. Yet you're in possession of the report, which means you can't be sure if he filed it. He filed it. How do I know, you ask? Because he needed to enter the evidence room that day. He needed to? Yes, to transfer the evidence out. Oh. Detective Goodman took the form to you, Chief Gant. Then, you accompanied the detective to the evidence room. I accompanied him? There's no other way the murderer and Detective Goodman could have entered the room. We got him, boys. Hold on. Let me guess what you're going to say. I, the Chief of Police, murdered poor Goodman. Exactly. But wait. The chief didn't necessarily need to accompany him to the evidence room. We could have lent him his ID card. Yes. Now that you mention it, I believe I might have done something of the sort. Sorry, but that's not possible. According to the record, your card was only used once. Yet you showed us your ID card earlier. If you had really lent it to Detective Goodman, it would have been found on his body. No. Oh my god. He's sweating and basically shocked. He looked like he was being electrified. Chief Gant, you didn't. The murder was most likely a spur-of-the-moment crime, for no one in their right mind would choose the police department as a place to commit murder. After the murder, you contacted Lana at the prosecutor's office. Why? To dispose of Detective Goodman's body, of course. You're forgetting, Mr. Wright, that the victim's body was discovered in the prosecutor's office's parking lot. How did he manage to move it there? I was at the police department the entire day, you know? And everyone's aware that Lana stayed at the prosecutor's office after the ceremony. Everyone except me, it seems. Still, you're the chief of police. You have an entire police force at your disposal. Oh, so you think I just ordered an officer to do it? Hey you, take this here dead body over to the prosecutor's office. I don't think so. Chief Gant, you left all the evidence we need to prove how you moved the body to the prosecutor's office. And all this time I thought it was a useless clue just taking up space. How could the chief have moved the body? Mr. Wright, show us this evidence. It's getting good. To move the victim's body, Chief Gant used this. You can present his badge. To move the victim's body, Chief Gant used this. Allegedly dancing in the evidence room at the time of the murder. .5-inch knife. A single stab wound was found. So if he was stabbed with this knife, after the crime was committed, brought back to his office by Gant's request. How does this screwdriver come into play? Because so far it hasn't been useful. Because obviously he was driven over in the car. Final fragment found in Chief Gant's safe. Emma is written on the surface in blood. From Miss Sky. Is now the time to present the parking stub? We used Edgeworth's car, obviously. This ought to be interesting. Is this going to work? This is how he moved Detective Goodman's body. A parking stub? Miles Edgeworth. You mean... The body was found in the trunk of Mr. Edgeworth's car. I think it's obvious what happened. The body was moved by that car. You mean I carried the victim's body? Precisely so. But wait, even you know. Oh, that's what it is. Hold on. So Gant requested that Edgeworth take the screwdriver back to his office so that Edgeworth had a reason to get into his car and drive back to the prosecutor's office to move the screwdriver piece of evidence. But wait, even you know, I didn't plan on returning to my office after the ceremony finished that day. But you did return. Tell me, why? It's the screwdriver. Ah! I was asked to go, by Chief Gant no less. He told me they wanted to keep it here in the prosecutor's office. In any case, on the day of the stabbings, I brought this back here. I'm figuring it out! So you see, what you were really taking to the prosecutor's office wasn't the screwdriver, but the victim's body in your trunk. Detective Goodman's body was carried in the trunk of Mr. Edgeworth's car. Yes, unless, of course, you have another explanation, Chief. Why else would you have asked for Mr. Edgeworth to transport evidence from a closed case? There's only one plausible explanation. To transport the body to your accomplice, Miss Lana Skye. Order, order, order! What's going on here? Is there no room for rebuttal to the defense's outrageous accusations? Think back on the photograph Miss Starr took at the prosecutor's office. This was not a photo of the body being stuffed in the trunk to be taken away. It was exactly the opposite. It's a photo of the body being taken from the trunk. Chief Gant, please, say something. I believe... Your time's up. My time's up? Sorry, righto, but I'm having a lunch with the District Attorney General after this. We have to get going if we're going to make it in time for the early bird special. But the cross-examination isn't finished yet. Remember what I told you earlier? A police chief has all kinds of weapons at his disposal. Weapons? Like the right to refuse to testify. I'm invoking that right now. What? That's not a right to be casually invoked. He's pleading the fifth. That means he's guilty. There were certain risks to be considered. So you're going to just run away after all this? Run away? Don't make me laugh, Worthy. I stabbed old Goodman. That's what you're saying, right? But if you had any conclusive evidence, you would have presented it by now. Well, You think I had Lana dispose of the body? If so, then show your proof and get it over with. I'll say it again, Mr. Wright. Damon Gant is the current chief of police. This court will not tolerate any accusations against him without concrete proof. Well, Mr. Wright? Your Honor? Do you have any concrete proof? Proof that Chief Gant murdered Detective Goodman and made Niskai dispose of his body. Do I have any concrete proof? Let's check what we have. Traces of victim's blood. That within an hour and a half of 4 p.m. Between 4 and 5:30. Goodman's note. Do we present the notes? There was blood found over there. We never talked to the security guard, did we? I was thinking maybe we could, There's traces of blood from Goodman and Lana Sky. Uncrans runs and defends mouth for small tag attached. So it's still not proven, is it? Fingers fingerprints from handprints for comparison. Fingerprint file. Back to his office by Gant's request. Scene of the stabbing, the detective at the police department. So why is the blue badger placed right in front of that bloody handprint? Or bloody glove print in this case. Tagged evidence from SL9 incident, extremely thin rubber glove. Only the assigned detective's prints can unlock it. Indicator lamp lights up when it's open. Any concrete proof? I feel like I'm not supposed to present this just yet, right? Unregistered evidence must be presented. It must be piece of cloth. Nah. Or maybe I do have to present this. Evidence for something, but what? Bears Emma Sky's prints. Any concrete proof? So I'm thinking maybe I present this, because we haven't presented this yet. This is supposed to be the motivation, right? Help me dispose of this body and take the fall, otherwise Emma gets it. That's probably not right. Investigator's ID card. Murder weapon, usually in Edgeworth's toolbox. Traces of victim's blood, no prints. It's getting good though. I'm thinking I have to present this. But what else is this used for? That's the real question. If I say I have no proof yet... The thing is, I don't have... Like, this is all circumstantial evidence or whatever, right? I don't have hard proof that this was an arrangement. This is all hearsay. So I'm curious to see what would happen if I say I have no proof yet. Maybe Lana's gonna be like, no, I admit it. This was set up. This might be wrong. And it'd be like, okay, you lose the case then. And if not, then I can go present evidence. Because I have a few ideas on what I can present right now. But I want to see what this says. There's no use showing evidence I'm not even sure of myself. No, Your Honor, at present I have no conclusive evidence. See, Udgy? In that case, this court is forced to penalize you for your allegations against the chief. What? Here's a tip. Never gamble what you can't afford to lose, righto? It seems that Lady Luck was on my side again today. Okay, Udgy, I'll leave the rest to you. This ought to be interesting. I warned you earlier, Mr. Wright. This is an affront to a senior officer in our nation's law enforcement agency. What? Objection! Lady Luck, Maybe we should have a word with her. Mr. Edgeworth? What do you mean? There's one lady who knows the real truth behind this trial. We haven't yet had the honor of hearing her testimony. A lady who knows the truth? Another witness. In the absence of conclusive evidence, the only other method of proof is testimony. See, this is what I was thinking. I don't have concrete proof. I have a couple of things that I could maybe present. But I'd be curious to see where it would go from there. Is this supposed to happen? I feel like this is supposed to happen, right? But Chief Gant has invoked his right to refuse to testify. There's still someone else, one more witness who can answer all the questions. Raised in this trial, someone right in this very room. Mr. Edgeworth, who is this person? Why are you asking me, Your Honor? Have you forgotten? The defense is the one calling witnesses today. Mr. Wright, does such a witness exist? She may not be willing to tell the truth, but we can't stop now. Yes, Your Honor. The defense calls forth... Shall we? Because she's not a witness. But she sure is. Because we haven't heard her testimony. She admits to the crime, but she was told to do so. The defendant, Miss Lana Skye? She was in the underground parking lot at 5:15 p.m. on February 21st. Her task? To dispose of the victim's body. In accordance with a certain someone's orders. Mr. Edgeworth? The prosecution has no objections, Your Honor. Very well. The court will now take its final recess for the day. In 15 minutes, we will reconvene to hear the defendant's testimony. This court is now in... Hold on. Huh? Chief Gantz! I thought you were going to eat. Listen good, Lana. He's talking to Lana. I don't think you need me to tell you this, but if you accept Mr. Wright's claims, there will be terrible consequences. That's right. Your sister will be found guilty for Neil Marshall's murder. Ah, this isn't good. Call forth Mia. I wish we could. We all miss those certain aspects that she brings to the table. Of course, you'd never support such outrageous claims anyway, right? Just something to think about. Alright then. I've got a lunch date to meet. He's scary. Okay, if there aren't any further objections, this court is now in recess. February 25th, 2:04 p.m. Looks like we managed to stay in the game. Yeah, thanks to your help, Edgeworth. That chief, he's something else. Eh, pals? Detective Gumshoe. Ha ha ha! I'm not a detective anymore. Oh yeah, sorry about that. Ah, don't worry. I've already decided where to work now. At your office. What? My office? Sure. I'll take the place of that top-knotted girl you used to work with. Could he mean... Maya? Still, looks like we're all out of moves now. Chief Gant's done it again. How as he always gets the upper hand. It's not fair that he has the right to refuse to testify. Settle down, right? Remember what the judge said? But Chief, that is not a right to be casually invoked. There are certain risks to be considered. Risks? What did he mean by that? It's simple. If the Chief refuses to testify, the opposite also holds true. You mean, he forfeits his right to say anything too? Emma! Emma, are you okay? Yeah, when I came to, I was in the medical office. I've been listening to the trial from the gallery. So she heard everything that's been going on? Emma, I'm sorry for what I said before. No, don't be. It was the truth. You know, it's funny, I almost feel somehow relieved. Relieved? Yeah. Now I finally know what really happened. To think that all this time, my sister was being blackmailed by that terrible man. And she did it all just to protect me. Ever since her appointment as chief prosecutor, everyone who knew her said she changed. Perhaps it was easier that way for her. What do you mean? What do you think I mean? To follow Chief Gant's orders? She must have shut herself up deep inside, to force herself to do anything and everything the Chief told her to do. That must be why she became so cold. It was all my fault. It's all because I murdered Mr. Marshall. You didn't murder him. You didn't do it on purpose. That's not murder. Hey, don't go blaming yourself now. If you want to blame anyone, blame society, pal. Chief Gant may be able to fool everyone else with his forgery, but he can't fool my memory. I remember now. I knocked Mr. Marshall into that armor. I see. Well, we better get back. It's time for the final act. Emma, why don't you wait? No, I'm going with you. What? I want to be there. When Lana tells the truth. Let's go, right? It's time to end this. To be continued. Oh my god. It's continuing all the time, isn't it? Save your progress up to this point. Oh, we gotta keep going on this, don't we? This is too good? Alright. I think what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna take a very, very tiny break. I'll be right back. Enjoy these clips. See you soon. Thanks for watching so far. We're going to finish this case today. We're gonna do it. We're very close. Oh, Canada, my home and native land. That's all I know, and it's probably not even the right words. I thought it was like, oh, Christmas tree, but with Canada. Oh, Canada, oh, Canada, oh, how I love you, Canada. When I go to Bare Naked Ladies concerts, there's always a group of dudes on stage. That's disappointing. It's false advertising, if anything. It's like, everyone comes to my stream to see some tits. I show them tits, okay? They want to see tits, I show them tits. Oh, no, I was talking about your boobs. Oh, you mean my boobs. Okay, I got you. I got you, bro. No, I mean like those things out on your chest. Oh, you mean my breasts? Yeah, I got you. I got you, bro. I just want to see some bare naked ladies. I'm just giving them what they want. Well, I'm a skeleton with very high standards. I can make spaghetti. Oh, no, you're meeting all my standards. Why is Papyrus my favorite character in this game now? Either that or Jerry. Jerry has an attitude. First of all, my little brother doesn't wet the bed anymore, so that's good, I guess. Well, if he means that he doesn't pee in it, then that's good, but I don't know about that snot coming out of his nose. He really needs to learn the white bit better. And Mom get kind of chubby again. Oh my god, I love the brutal honesty of children. It's honestly like one of the best things to hear when kids are just like, hey, that guy's right here. That works. Nico, that's not necessary. Hey Brucey, how is that for an entrance? Can we take the helicopter? Can we book in the helicopter? I don't want your pot, man. It's not gonna help. I don't need to chill. I need to kill. Cam curl mode. That is still my best quote to date. I don't need to chill. I need to kill. It's my favorite thing. Alright. We're so close to the end. We gotta finish this up now. We're so close. My camera fine? There's something going on with that scene that I need to clearly figure it out. Alright. And we're back. We are almost done. Final day, Trial Ladder 2. Let's go. We're gonna get Chief Gant arrested for murder. The last person we need to hear from is none other than Miss Lana Skye herself. She was being controlled and manipulated all this time. Now then, will the defendant, Miss Lana Skye, please take the stand? Miss Lana Skye, you are the chief prosecutor. I'm sure you're aware of what is required of you. But Mr. Edgeworth, you already know everything. You know all that I've done these past 2 years. Please provide the court with your testimony, Miss Skye. And remember, you are under oath. We want to hear the truth. Of course, the truth. Lana, no matter what happens, I'll always be your sister. Now then, your testimony, if you will. First, tell us about your relationship with Chief Gant. Everything hinges on your testimony. You're the only chance we have to get Gant. Gotta fix my hair. I don't know what's going on with my hair. Gant and the fabrication. I worked alongside Gant for years. There's no truth to this blackmail theory. I fabricated the evidence 2 years ago, all by myself. Why is she still doing this? What is your problem? Is this all to protect your sister? I fabricated the evidence 2 years ago, all by myself. When I found Prosecutor Marshall's body, I rearranged the crime scene. My only motivation was to get Dark convicted. It had nothing to do with Emma. Are you sure about this testimony? Your Honor, I'm confessing to a capital offense. Of course I'm sure.
But Lana...
If this is true, then that means Chief Gant has nothing to do with this. That's what I've been telling you from the beginning.
Please, Mr. Wright, you've got to help her. She's sacrificing herself because of me.
What if she's telling the truth?
She's not. I know my own sister. Whenever she speaks stiffly like that, she's hiding something else. Deep down, she's really screaming in agony.
Yeah, this is no time to start second-guessing myself. The defense may now begin its cross-examination. Where are we going from here? I think this is all 100% intentional, though. I worked alongside Gant for years. There's no truth to this blackmail theory. I fabricated the evidence 2 years ago, all by myself. I'm gonna press everything. How many years exactly? Ever since I made senior detective. Let's see, I was 24 then, so that would be 5 years. Detective Gant and Detective Sky were legendary partners. I personally saw them testify in numerous cases. She must have been good, coming from the same school as Mia. Damon Gant was a respectable detective, that's why. There's no truth to this blackmail theory. But think about it, Miss Sky. You didn't murder Detective Goodman. You told me as much yesterday in jail. You still don't get it, do you, Mr. Wright? Any testimony you cannot present in court is as useless as idle gossip. Testimony you cannot present in court is as useless as idle gossip. I stabbed Detective Goodman with a knife. And... can we present this? No, not yet. No. So, do both of these rules have to be in effect for evidence to be valid? No evidence shall be shown without the approval of the police department. Unregistered evidence presented must be relevant to the case on trial. So, we haven't actually used this yet, have we? Well, maybe we did use it once to show that Neil Marshall was a victim, but that's about it. Executive investigators, Damon Gant and Lana Sky. But what if Lana Sky's name is 777? Because we don't know what her number would be. And I fabricated the evidence 2 years ago, all by myself. Did you do so to help your sister? Joe Dark was a serial killer. My sister almost became his last victim that day. I didn't want that incident to ruin her life. But what she did was a justifiable self-defense. She wouldn't have been charged with anything. That's not the point. She was traumatized that day, all because of that creep. That's why I couldn't forgive him.
Lana!
So that's why I fabricated the evidence 2 years ago. When I found Prosecutor Marshall's body, I rearranged the crime scene. You say you did this all by yourself? Yes. Would you mind telling us what you found when you arrived at the crime scene? It seems I was the first person to discover the scene. The broken prosecutor award knife was stuck in the victim's body. Broken prosecutor award knife was stuck in the victim's body. But that's not what happened, is it? Because he got stabbed with the spear on the suit of armor. You walked in, you should have seen him on the suit of armor, and then moved his body over here, and then change it to Joe Dark's knife and put it in the victim's body. Broken prosecutor award knife was stuck in the victim's body. What? That doesn't make any sense. The prosecutor marshal died from an unfortunate accident. That's only a situation you dreamed was possible. The reality is, it wasn't my sister who took the prosecutor's life. Fantasize all you want, Mr. Wright, but I'll never change this statement. You mean Prosecutor Marshall wound up being killed by Dark? Something like that. If that is so, what happened to the other murder weapon? Dark was carrying a switchblade knife. Oh, that was lying on the floor a little distance away. It was probably knocked away in the struggle. That's not how it went down. She's trying to cover up her lies with more lies. All just to protect me. So when you found the scene like this, what did you do? After all, this is what everything boils down to. Had no point, but a point was found in the body. Exactly. Something is going on. This is what everything boils down to. Yes. I broke off the tip of Dark's knife, planted it inside the wound, then moved the body. You planted the tip of Dark's knife in the victim's wound, and then you moved the body? But why? Why would you do that? You of all people should know, Edgeworth. You've always had a good head on your shoulders. My head isn't that bad, but maybe I ought to ask for the sake of others. Why did you plant the knife? But why did you do that? Come now, Mr. Wright. Even you should be able to figure it out. Very well, let's add this to the witness's testimony. The reason Miss Skye fabricated the knife. I knew the tip of the weapon found buried in the body would be all the proof we needed. My only motivation was to get Dark convicted. It had nothing to do with Emma. I want to see what would happen if we did the other thing. Why did you move the body? When you showed up on the scene, where exactly was the victim's body? It was where you deduced it was, by Chief Gant's desk. But the body was found by your desk. Why did you move it there? The reason for that is simple. Let's have the witness explain this in more detail. The reason Miss Skye moved the body. The pieces of the jar that shattered during the events threatened my plan. My only motivation was to get Dark convicted. It had nothing to do with Emma. pieces of the jar. You mean... Yes, that wretched jar you showed us earlier. In order to show that Dark committed the crime, I felt it would be more expedient to move the body. So, when you first found the body, the jar was already... Of course, it had been shattered to pieces. If you looked at the crime scene, it would be clear right away what happened. Neil Marshall was dead, and Dark was lying unconscious. In other words, the jar must have been broken during the struggle. I see. What's the matter, Emma? Oh, what's the matter, Emma? Apparently the jar shattered at the time the crime was committed. But I have a feeling there was more to it than that. There must be a contradiction here somewhere. Anyway, I committed this fabrication completely alone. My only motivation was to get Dark convicted. It had nothing to do with Emma. So you rearranged the crime scene. Are you sure you didn't do this to keep Emma from looking like the murderer? How many times do I have to tell you, Mr. Wright? Emma didn't do it. Period. Are you so desperate to hide that fact? You're willing to risk the death sentence? She's lying. She did it so I wouldn't be blamed for what happened. In any case, as a prosecutor, what I've done is unpardonable. There's nothing I can do to make up for my actions. Mr. Wright, my sister's lying. Looks like she's determined to protect you to the end. She insists she fabricated the evidence by herself. There's no way she could have done it alone. I've got to get Lana to talk more. If she's lying, then she's bound to slip up and make a contradiction. Punctured heart and lung. A knife tip was found in the wound. Died from blood loss and under 10 minutes. Weapon found was missing tip. Wait. Died from blood loss in under 10 minutes. Weapon found in wound was missing tip. So she didn't insert the tip, did she? But you didn't, did you? The witness's statement is clearly faulty. Apparently this is wrong. How is this wrong? How is that wrong? I don't understand. Broke off the tip of Dark's knife, planted inside the wound, then moved the body. It literally says, weapon found in wound was missing tip. Prosecutor's word had no point, but a point was found in the body. Piece of the jar that shattered during the events threatened my plan. Pieces of the jar that shattered during the event threatened my plan. I think I have to present something here, don't I? When did the award ceremony take place? Only much was to get Dark convicted, it had nothing to do with Emma. Perhaps... maybe now is when we present this? No? How do you not see anything contradictory? Trying to make a slip up. Should I just try pressing everything again? Maybe I missed something. How many years? 5 years? This guy were legendary partners. Person saw him testify in numerous cases. Damon Gann was a respectable detective, that's why. No truth. You didn't murder Detective Goodman. You told me as much yesterday. Any testimony you cannot present in court is as useless as idle gossip. I feel like this is an important statement. Any testimony you cannot present in court is as useless as idle gossip. I stabbed Detective Goodman with a knife. And I fabricated the evidence 2 years ago, all by myself. Did you do so to help your sister? Joe Dark was a serial killer. My sister almost became his last victim that day. I didn't want the incident to ruin her life. But what she did was just justify self-defense. That's not the point. She was traumatized that day, all because of that creep. That's why I couldn't forgive him. When I found Prosecutor Marshall's body, I rearranged the crime scene. You say you did this all by yourself? Yes. Would you mind telling us what you found when you arrived at the crime scene? It seems I was the first person to discover the scene. The broken prosecutor award knife was stuck in the victim's body. But how? The broken prosecutor award knife was stuck in the victim's body. Prosecutor Marshall died from an unfortunate accident. It's only a situation you dreamed was possible. The reality is, it wasn't my sister who took the prosecutor's life. Fantasize all you want, Mr. Wright, but I'll never change this statement. End up being killed by Dark? Something like that. If that is so, what happened to the other murder weapon? Dark was also carrying a switchblade knife. Oh, I was laying on the floor a little distance away. It was probably knocked away in the struggle. So why? Where did this jar even come from? Did someone throw the jar? Is it being thrown at her? Because if we look at it from this direction, because we have this jar, final fragment found in Chief. The handle was broken off on this. Why was this piece of handle broken off? I still haven't explained this. Hey, look here. It's hard to make out, but there's a dark red stain here. The blood stains on the other pieces were just spots, but this one's a line. That is odd. We're trying to piece things together now. Seems like an odd place to put a videotape, though, isn't it? Final fragment was in Chief Gant's safe. Emma is written on the surface in blood. So the thing is, right, if he actually died by being stabbed, like, he had a couple minutes to write a name, didn't he? But what if it wasn't... What if it wasn't Marshall who wrote Emma's name on there? What if it was Gant who wrote it on there? And then used that as a threat towards Lana so that she could be controlled, because if the truth came out, and was written on the blood and it's very
And there was
interesting.
much rejoicing.
Because what if Gant is the one who wrote Emma's name on there? We don't have any proof, do we? But something isn't quite adding up. Final fragment found in Chief Gant's safe. I broke off the tip of Dark's knife, planted it inside the body wound. Let me just press this again. Did you just help your sister? Joe Dark was a serial killer. My sister almost became his last victim. But what she did was justifiable self-defense. She wouldn't have been charged with anything. That's not the point. She was traumatized that day, all because of that creep. That's why I couldn't forgive him. So that's why he fabricated the evidence 2 years ago? Okay, so we've already seen this many times, but there's something very sus, though. Because when did this jar get smashed? Yeah, something's very sus about this. I'm not entirely sure. So if I present this... There's something with this statement specifically that's like, wait a minute. No? Nothing? Nothing going on! I'm trying to link whatever I can. The halberd was removed at Gant's behest, giving it its current form. Wait, no! Yes. Not at all. Alright, well, we're just starting over this line of questioning anyway, it's not a big deal. This court sees no reason to further prolong this trial. Miss Lana Sky is guilty. Whatever, it's fine. What is she holding? I still don't know. So we know what it looks like when I lose. We're just gonna continue right from the same spot. Oh, wait a minute. Broke off the tip of Dark's knife, planted inside the wound, then moved the body. The pieces of the jar that shattered during the vents threatened my plan. Okay, let's do this. Maybe we need to present the jar here. How did it ruin your plans? Exactly, how did it ruin your plans? If it was an accident, then he wouldn't have written Emma's name in it. Miss Sky, I understand how you feel. You committed that crime 2 years ago to protect your sister. You mean the forgery at the scene where Neil Marshall was murdered? If that truth were to be exposed now, the past 2 years of your life will have been in vain. Even so, I am compelled to bring to everyone's attention a significant contradiction within your testimony. A contradiction? In my testimony? You testified, and I quote, "The pieces of the jar that shattered during the events threatened my plan." That's right. Do you have a problem with that? It's a simple oversight, really. You see, a message was written on this jar with the victim's blood. Yes, the prosecutor must have written it in his final moments. Exactly so. And this is where the contradiction lies. In order for the victim to be able to write his message on the jar, it must not have yet broken before he died. Weird. Ah! He couldn't have written Emma's name on a shattered jar. That's a good point, Phoenix. Order, order. Your Honor, it would appear more information is needed in regard to this jar and its bloody message. We may miss something critical here. Something critical? Chief Prosecutor, it seems you're as in the dark as we are about the truth towards which we're headed. What? Just tell us exactly what you saw. We'll piece together the information to arrive at the truth. Very well. The witness may now continue her testimony. Jar and message in blood. Now we're making some progress here. I immediately noticed the blood traces on the jar. But it was dark in the room and I didn't have time to check it out. To be safe, I wiped away the blood. The fragments were large, so I'm sure I got them all. All I could think about was wiping them clean before they were discovered. But they weren't fully cleaned off, were they? You mean you were the one who wiped away the message in blood? I wasn't chief prosecutor at the time. She didn't think Dark was the real murderer. That's why she tried to erase the real evidence. Very well. The defense may now begin its cross-examination. Jar and message in blood. I immediately noticed the blood traces on the jar. So the jar was already broken? It's a miracle that thing hadn't broken earlier. It certainly looks as feeble as the defense's case, but not as feeble as the judge's judgment. You were an ace detective who never missed a detail. Do you really expect us to believe you didn't investigate what was written on the jar pieces? Normally I would have. But it was dark in the room and I didn't have time to check it out. So you didn't know your sister's name was written on the jar? No. If I had known, I would have gathered all the pieces and ground them to a dust. Well, that helps my case. Lana, you'd do that for me? It seems you two might make up yet. Anyway, I just barely had enough time to move the body as it was. If someone happened upon the scene, you'd lose your chance to erase the evidence. You must have been in a hurry. I was. I knew I had to destroy the evidence before anyone came. This is rather shocking. To be safe, I wiped away the blood. I'm afraid this action of yours reveals what really happened. What do you mean? If you really thought Dark killed Prosecutor Marshall, you wouldn't have wiped away the blood. What else could I have done in that situation? Lana, I only had a few moments. There wasn't enough time for me to do anything else but gather up the pieces. The fragments were large, so I'm sure I got them all, but you didn't! But how could you see with the power out? It should have been pitch black in that office. A detective is always prepared, Mr. Wright. Even now, I always carry a pocket light and a camera with me. Even I carry a bottle of emergency luminol wherever I go. I never miss anything. I got every last piece. All I could think about was wiping them clean before they were discovered. So you illegally rearranged the crime scene. Yes, I don't have any excuse for my actions. I'm so sorry, Lana. I didn't know. I've treated you so badly all this time. It's not too late. There's still plenty of time to make up. After we've gotten to the bottom of this incident. No doubt this day will leave a permanent stain on the history of the prosecutor's office. More contradictions have surfaced in her testimony. Your sister's really putting up a fight. She must really care about you. Still, she's not doing this the right way. I think I finally figured out the contradictions in her testimony. There's one final possibility that might turn everything around. It was dark in the room. I didn't have time to check it out. There's Emma Sky's prints. Half this list was found in Gant's desk. Gant, Lana, and Neil. Stabs in the back, died from punctured heart and the long knife tip. Wait, a knife tip was found in the wound. The suspect died from blood loss in under 10 minutes. Weapon found in wound was missing tip. This doesn't make any sense. Weapon found in wound was missing tip, but then it says here, a knife tip was in the wound. Wait, hold on. Weapon found in wound was missing tip. Okay, so the weapon was missing a tip. And the tip was in the body. Okay. I figured that part out at least. Didn't have time to check it out. I wiped away the blood. It's just a normal piece of cloth, right? Then left behind an oil stain on the fabric. Whoever it was, they must have had a really oily hand. Huh, an oily hand. So what was Emma doing again? That's right, think about it scientifically, huh? A more likely explanation is the person slipped and fell on a freshly waxed floor. Huh. So maybe this was presented later, because this is Emma's prints on it, right? Getting wax all over their hand. Well, that would account for the amount of oil, I guess. I don't see what's so scientific about it, though. It happens, you know. I always slip on floors at school after they're waxed. Huh. Did I not read this before? I wiped away the blood. The fragments were large, so I'm sure I got them all. But you didn't wipe away all of the blood, though. You didn't get them all. You didn't get them all. Miss Sky, I believe this jar conceals a truth even you were unaware of. What? We found the final piece of this jar in Chief Gant's safe. In Chief Gant's safe? But how? I knew it. She really didn't know. There's something even more disturbing about that final piece. There was still blood on it. But the witness just testified that she gathered every last piece and wiped the blood off them. Yes, which leaves us with only one explanation. On the night Prosecutor Marshall was murdered, you were not the first one to show up on the scene. Chief Gant got there before you. But couldn't the defendant have simply missed a piece? I'm afraid that's unlikely. The pieces are too big for anyone to miss, let alone an ace detective. That may well be, but everyone makes mistakes. Even I once wasted an entire day looking for my dentures. They were in my mouth all along. I was about to say, like, bro, I can't find my phone anywhere. Have you seen it? Have you forgotten, Your Honor? When this witness arrived at the scene, the jar was already broken. Oh, that. There's no way a name could have been written on a shattered jar. Another person discovered the scene prior to the witness. I hope you're not implying this person was Chief Gant at the time he was looking. I hope you're not implying this person was Chief Gant. At the time, he was looking for Dark downstairs. Besides, even if he was there first, why would he break the jar? The question is, if he did arrive there first, why did he hide that fact for 2 years? Well, Your Honor, can you answer us that? No. Everyone makes the weirdest sounds. Wait, I'm not the one on trial here. Damon Gant arrived at the crime scene prior to the witness. He proceeded to break the jar and purposely hid one of the broken pieces. Question: what is this action called? Fabrication of evidence. But why would Chief Gant do that? In light of what happened afterwards, isn't it clear? What happened afterwards? Discovering the scene, Lana Skye believed her sister Emma killed the victim. Determined to help her sister, she sought Gant's aid. Lending her his aid, Gant helped her create evidence that incriminated Dark, sparing Emma, and therein lies the reason. The reason why Miss Skye became the Chief's puppet. No! I did it on my own. Please, sis, stop trying to protect the Chief. I can't watch you suffer anymore for my sake. No, you didn't. It wasn't you, Emma. You didn't kill anyone. Don't believe anything Mr. Wright says. Defense attorneys make up the most foul lies to defend their clients. Foul lies? Imagine that coming from my own client. I guess you do seem the type who likes to twist the truth. Wait a minute. What if we're still smack dab in the middle of Gant's trap? Is something wrong, Mr. Wright? Lana? Maybe right after all. What do you mean, right? So you do tell foul lies then, Mr. Wright? Miss Skye, please testify once more. But if evidence was fabricated behind your back, then Emma's accidental killing of Prosecutor Marshall might also be a lie. But I do remember knocking over Mr. Marshall. Miss Skye, if you will. I can't. There's nothing to be afraid of anymore. This cross-examination may not change a thing. However, there is the possibility that it will, if you tell the truth. Very well. I'll testify about what I really saw. Alright, the witness may testify once more for the final time. Actual crime scene. Here we are, we're finally making some progress. When I arrived, I found Mr. Marshall's body impaled on that suit of armor's sword. Emma and Dark were lying unconscious on the floor nearby. When I saw what had happened, I thought that she did it. That's why I erased all the evidence that linked her to the murder. I had Chief Gant help me remove the body from the sword and carry it. But if it all really was fabrication, Emma might be innocent. We're making some progress. Unbelievable. The body was impaled on the armor's sword. You were the only one who saw that. If only you had proof. Actually, I do have proof. I gave it to Mr. Wright just this morning. What? To me? It's a picture I took of the crime scene as I encountered it. I thought it might be needed. But I don't remember receiving a picture like that. Lana must have known. See, Mr. Wright? She really does have faith in you. Very well, Mr. Wright. Please present this picture. It's getting real good. Please present this picture. I don't remember receiving any pictures from Lana. Lana said she gave it to you this morning, right? I seem to remember getting something from her then. Let's check that evidence again. There must be a picture in there somewhere. Evidence law. Pio. It's cute. Huh. Yeah, we didn't actually open the book, did we? Hey! Hey, there's a picture here. She always has her camera on her. Sorry. She always has her camera on her, and there's a piece of the coat missing, isn't there? Oh. Oh my. This is the actual crime scene. No other detective saw the crime scene like this. Because I contacted Criminal Affairs only after I had rearranged everything. Lana's picture inserted into the court record. Crime scene photo taken from the case 2 years ago. Mr. Wright! That piece cut off from his vest. Could that be the cloth we found inside Chief Gant's safe? That's what I was thinking. What's this? This is a handprint, isn't it? That cloth. It had fingerprints on it. Whoever fingerprints those are me must be the real murderer. Look, we're not gonna go in that direction. What? But those fingerprints. They're yours, Emma. Why are your lips turning all purple, Mr. Wright? Anyway, let's get on with the cross-examination. So long as you tell the truth, we should be able to flesh out the real murderer. Very well. The defense may now begin its cross-examination. Actual crime scene. See, the thing is, right, if Gant was the real murderer 2 years ago, maybe Bruce Goodman figured that out? So Gant had a reason to kill Bruce Goodman a few days ago. Maybe possibly. Actual crime scene. Hold it! Wait, what's happening? Oh, Gant, you came back. Hi, Gant. How you doing, bro? I didn't have a chance to do anything. Come now, Udgy. This is the poorest excuse for a trial I've ever seen. Chief Gant. What, now you want to make me out as the bad guy too? If so, I'd like to put in a word or two in my defense. I'm afraid it's too late for that. What? You already declined to testify. That means you forfeited your right to make statements of any sort. This must be that risk we were talking about earlier. Just sit back, relax, and enjoy the sound of the noose tightening around your own neck. Gah. Ah, so what? You think I'm worried? I mean, you're sweating. Only guilty people sweat. That's a quote. I'll lie to myself. I don't give a shit. Only guilty people sweat. There we go. We added a new quote, everybody. Sorry to disappoint you, but I don't need to make any statements. What do you mean? The evidence will do all the talking for me. Even if I can't testify, I can still present evidence. Yes, that's true. Wait, you mean you still have some conclusive evidence? No, I don't, but someone does. Someone? So, what's your excuse, right-ho? Why have you been keeping quiet about it? You do have something to show us, right? Something that proves who knocked over Neil Marshall, causing his death. Conclusive evidence that leaves no room for doubt. Is this true, Mr. Wright? If I show that piece of evidence now, Emma's sure to be made out as the murderer. Mr. Wright, if you have any more evidence, present it now, and if you try to conceal anything, you will be the one appearing before the Board of Inquiries. Oh shit! Oh, this can't be good. What do I do now? I better think this through carefully. I can't afford to make the wrong decision. Should I present that piece of evidence? The one that shows who really killed Prosecutor Marshall. Can we take a look at this crime scene photo taken 2 years ago? Let's check it out. So if a piece of cloth is missing from his vest, wouldn't there also be blood on it? There should be blood on it, shouldn't there be? Presented tourney pin. Shouldn't there be blood on it though? Someone had very oily hands. So we looked at this cloth, and it mentioned something about like must have had a lot of oil on their hands, like they just slipped on the floor, that a floor that was freshly cleaned, for example. Did they clean up the crime scene afterwards? How'd they get her handprint on it though? And why is there blood coming out of his mouth? He really killed Prosecutor Marshall. I might have to. Hold on.
Your Honor, I am an attorney. I am right. This is an undeniable fact.
I don't want to present it, but I might have to. We're trying to get to the truth, even if it's difficult. No evidence shall be shown without the approval of the police department. Unregistered evidence presented must be relevant to the case on trial. I still don't know if both rules have to be true. There should be blood though, right? And there isn't any blood. Between 7 and 7:30. Single stab wound piercing hard lung. Died from blood loss in under 10 minutes. Weapon found in wound was missing tip. If I say that I cannot show the evidence, I'm gonna say cannot show evidence. See what happens. Your Honor, I don't have any evidence that I can present at this point in time. What? You lie. Chief Gant? You opened my safe. I know you took what was inside. The conclusive evidence. I don't know what you're talking about. Mr. Wright, why don't you show them? We found it together. Oh, I see. It's because you know the truth, don't you? You know whose fingerprints are on it. That's why you won't present it. What are you talking about, Chief Gant? Can't you figure it out? Take a good look at this picture. See the victim's vest? Notice anything odd about the chest area? It looks like part of it's been cut out for some reason. You mean you had this in your safe? What? That means the police chief, have been concealing evidence. This is going to be the biggest scandal in the history of the police department. Exactly! Impressive. To be honest, I didn't think you had the gall, righto? Well, I can't just let you pin me up as the murderer. I'll tell you what really happened. What? You mean you admit to it? What's he gonna say? I want to see what would happen if I went the other way. So we're saving after this, but I'm really curious. Let's see what would happen if I chose the other option. What would happen if I did? Yes, Your Honor. I do have further evidence. All right, the time's finally come to show it to them. Those prints have got to be the chief's. Now then, let's see this conclusive evidence. The evidence that shows who actually murdered Prosecutor Marshall. What would happen if I did this? I'm so scared. But this is why I made a save after picking the other option. I don't know which way is the proper way to go here. It's a piece of leather cloth. Yes, it most likely was cut from the victim's vest, near his chest. What's this? There's a big handprint on it. Surely it must have been left on the cloth by whoever shoved the victim into the sword. What? Whose fingerprints are on this? I'm sure Righto has checked. Haven't you? Well, whose are they? They're Miss Sky's. Is Emma Sky's? No! What? They're mine? So I really did do it. See? I told you it was conclusive. But this was found in your safe. That means it's possible you forged it. I don't know what you're talking about. I don't remember any cloth in my safe. Do you really expect me to believe that? But give it up, Mr. Wright. It's over. You shouldn't have presented that. By presenting that evidence, you tied Emma Sky to Neil Marshall's death. No. It appears we have our killer. No. No! Everything hinged on that point. In the end, Lana alone was found guilty on all counts. Yep, that's what happens. I was curious. Alright, now let's do this the proper way. Although I'm curious, if I had saved after I presented the evidence, then what would happen? Would I have to go through the entire game again to get back to this point? Let's go and load up this file. So, apparently not presenting the evidence was the right way to go. I just want to see what would happen if I did the other thing. Alright, we did not present the evidence, which also proved that Get was concealing evidence. I was the first person to arrive at the crime scene that day. It then occurred to me that I could use the situation to control Lana. So you really were manipulating her. I knew Lana. If I made it look like the blame lay with her sister, that when she saw the scene, she would ask me for my aid. So you assisted Miss Sky? I told her to arrange all the evidence. I had her plant the knife tip in the victim's body and move the body across the room. And I ended up using that evidence to get Joe Dark convicted. When I tampered with the crime scene, I hid 2 pieces of evidence. This was before Lana arrived at the scene, mind you. 2 pieces of evidence? You mean those items in your safe? But why? For insurance, of course. Insurance? I was sure my plan would work, but it's always best to prepare for the worst. I wasn't about to let anyone blame me for a murder that girl committed. You mean you were calculating that far ahead while forging the evidence? What do you take me for? A fool? I didn't make police chief by dumb luck. See this jar fragment? I hid the most legible part of Emma's name. I didn't expect Lana to go in and wipe the blood off all the pieces. But if you fabricated all the evidence, what's to say you didn't fabricate the message on this jar too? Ho, ho, ho! Some people just don't know when to quit, do they? That's why I kept one more item for insurance. You mean that piece of cloth? Come on, Righto. Cough it up already. I know you have it. What are you waiting for, Mr. Wright? So you admit it then, Chief Gant? That you were hiding the cloth you cut off the victim's vest in your safe? Yes, I admit it. I didn't want to have to do that, being chief and all. But it's a lot better than being portrayed as a murderer. Well, Mr. Wright? What do you have to say for yourself? Just a moment ago, you said you didn't have any evidence you could present. Foolish move, Righto. You should have shown it before it was too late. I did try that, and then ended up losing. It's been a long battle. But the moment of truth has finally arrived. As long as I don't mess up here, victory is mine. I cannot show the evidence. No, it's too late to show the evidence now. Besides, even if I did, it'd just expose that poor girl's fingerprints. Right? Think hard over the circumstances. Circumstances? I'm talking about then and now. There's one major difference between the two. Weren't you waiting for that difference? I just figured out my plan. Uh-oh. Mr. Wright, this is your only chance. Your Honor? I do have evidence to present now. Alright then. Let's see this conclusive evidence. The evidence that shows who actually murdered Prosecutor Marshall. Is the same thing gonna happen? The print had been wiped. Extremely thin rubber glove. Who was wearing this glove, by the way? Extremely thin rubber glove. So wait, so hold on. If it was an extremely thin glove, maybe it was thin enough that you could see someone's prints through it. I wonder. Well, first of all, I want to see if the same thing is going to happen if I present this evidence again. Let me verify this once more. On the day of the crime, you personally cut out this piece of the victim's vest. Oh, yes. At last you finally brought it out into the open. There's a handprint on this piece of cloth. Your Honor, the prosecution requests that be immediately sent to the lab for analysis. This handprint on the leather. There must have been a strong impact for it to be left so clearly. You mean, it could not have been forged. It must be authentic, conclusive evidence. Ho, ho, ho. You're as slow on the uptake as ever, Worthy. What? Think about it. Righto had all this time to present this evidence. Yet he is reluctant to do so. Why would that be? You mean, you already know? You know whose fingerprints are on that.
Mr. Wright, do you really know?
Whoever the fingerprints belong to must be the real murderer. Whose fingerprints are they? Very well, I'll tell you. It should be okay now. Everything's proceeding as predicted. The person to whom these fingerprints belong to is... Yeah, so this is actually different. This is different than before. Should I do it? Emma? Emma Sky? What? They're mine? I'm sorry, Emma.
But why? Why didn't you tell me?
Oh ho ho ho! You're really something, right ho? You knew this girl did it all along, and you still tried to pin the murder on me. So it's true. Tragic, but true. This girl really did shove Prosecutor Marshall to his death.
Hold it! How could you? You monster!
Miss Sky? You knew whose fingerprints those were all along, yet you acted like she really didn't. I'm the monster here? Miss Sky, it's not over yet.
What?
I said this trial isn't over yet. Ha! But I'm afraid it is over, boy. Not only this trial, but your career too. You purposely concealed this conclusive evidence. That, my friend, is a serious offense. I'm looking forward to pressing charges after the defendant is convicted. I'll have your badge, boy. What's the matter? Cat got your tongue? Aren't you going to tell us how it feels? How it feels to be the one who single-handedly turned a poor little girl into a murderer? Before I do that, there's just one little thing I have to clear up. Oh? And what's that? Who really killed Prosecutor Neil Marshall? What? Chief Gant, you are absolutely right. This piece of cloth proves who the real murderer is. Who killed Neil Marshall, you ask? It was Emma Skye, wasn't it? No, dude! You idiot. I'm afraid that's not possible. You see? This piece of cloth contains a critical contradiction. What? A contradiction? What is this fool babbling about? I'm talking about a contradiction, one that proves who the real killer is. Mr. Wright, this piece of cloth. What could it possibly contradict? Chief Gant, your tyrannical reign ends here. Behold, the piece of evidence that contradicts this cloth. I thought it'd be interesting. No, this isn't right. The piece of evidence that contradicts this cloth. Explains the two rules of evidence law. Found in Chief Gant's safe. Evidence for something, but what? So what exactly are we here to present? I feel like this is proceeding the way it's supposed to. Because I would have lost by now if I did something wrong. Died from punctured heart. A knife tip was found in the wound. Final fragment jar found in Chief Gant's safe. Emma's written on the surface in blood. The unstable jar. I feel like someone knocked him out though, right? Whose blood is that? The rubber glove. Finds blood traces. Spray to use. Wait, so if we were to present this, be like, there should be blood on this cloth, right? What if we presented this? I'm curious. I'm going over the evidence. Wrapped in the defendant's muffler, small tag attached. SL92. Victim shoe, crime photo. King of prosecutor's trophy. Let me check something. Hey, check it out. There's a metal plate here. Looks like the names of all the previous recipients are engraved on it. One guy's listed a bunch of times. Bon Karma, I guess he must be a foreigner. The shield in this was broken though. So I'm really curious to see what would happen if I presented this stuff. Because there should be... Because she was knocked out. So Emma was knocked out, But she has this bottle of fluid on her, right? Did she have the bottle of fluid on her at the time? From handprint for comparison with fingerprint file. Finds blood traces, spray to use. Piece of cloth. Evidence that contradicts this cloth. I don't think this is going to lead to it, but I feel like it could be relevant, so I'm curious. Oh ho 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 ho. It's fun watching you squirm, right ho? This piece of evidence does indeed seem to contradict something. Your outward appearance of mental sanity! What am I doing? This cloth was cut from Prosecutor Marshall's vest after he died, and something's definitely not right about it. It's too late to turn back now. You're the one who can put an end to this, right? Tyrannical reign ends here. Behold, the piece of evidence that contradicts this cloth. I knew that wasn't gonna work. There should be blood on it, though. So where the hell is all the blood? Should I present the photo? Died from blood loss in under 10 minutes. This is getting real interesting though, isn't it? Stabbed in the back, died from punctured heart and lung. Knife tip was found in the wound. I'm still thinking like there should be a lot more blood, right? I'm curious if I present this. And what exactly is this supposed to be? This is the picture Miss Sky took. Take a good look at it. See where the piece of his vest was cut out? Yes. His shirt is showing underneath. It's hard to make out with all the blood on his vest, though. Exactly my point. His chest is soaked with blood. That's only natural. His lungs, no doubt, were punctured. Blood poured out of his mouth. Well, there we go. That would explain a lot. Oh, but that piece of cloth. Wait. There's no blood on it. Exactly. Ah! Since Emma Sky's fingerprints are on this cloth, there's no doubt that she shoved the prosecutor aside. However, Mr. Marshall was not impaled on the sword at that time. No, this is nonsense. Now then, Chief Gant, let me ask you something. Prosecutor Marshall was not impaled when he was shoved aside. He mostly got hit on the ground and was knocked out. If so, then tell me, who could it have been? Who could have arrived at the scene before Miss Lana Sky? Pick up the unconscious prosecutor and impaled him on the armor sword. Then, to make it look like Emma was responsible for the prosecutor's death, said the person proceeded to write her name on the jar with the victim's blood. A jar that they then broke on purpose to leave behind a clue. And make Lana believe her sister did it. Remember what you admitted only moments ago. That you personally cut out this bloodless piece of the victim's vest. Ironic, isn't it? Through the very act of creating insurance, you prove that you were the actual murderer. No! Get wrecked! Get absolutely wrecked, sir. It's finally all over. Objection! Wait, what? That was close, Righto. You almost had me. Sorry, but you'll have to do better than that. I refute your allegations. What do you mean you refute his allegations? You see, that piece of cloth is illegal evidence. Order, order. What nonsense is this? Illegal evidence cannot be used to convict a suspect. Remember, G? Earlier old Righto here concealed that piece of cloth. So then, what's your excuse, Righto? You do have some conclusive evidence, don't you? Your Honor? I don't have any evidence I can present at this point in time. Well, that's true. The defense did refuse to present evidence. At that moment, that piece of cloth ceased to be legal evidence. Oh. But hold on. One of the rules is that we need permission from the police department to present the evidence. And who gave us that permission? None other than the chief himself. But that's not fair. Ooh. Did you actually think you could beat me in court? It looks like the last laugh's on you, son. I'm afraid Mr. Gant's claim is legally correct. Well, Mr. Edgeworth? True. Illegal evidence cannot be used to convict a person. Assuming, of course, that the evidence is indeed illegal. Well, Mr. Wright? It seems at last. The time for me to reveal my plan has finally arrived. Mr. Wright, do you admit to it? That you purposely and illegally concealed this piece of cloth? It's getting good. Purposefully and illegally concealed this piece of cloth. I did? Or I did not? I did not illegally conceal this. I wasn't going to present it because I did not have the legal permission from the police department to present this evidence. However, when he did present it to me, I got permission from the chief of police to present the evidence. I was never going to present it. I did not. I admit, I refused to present it at one point. Aha, so the evidence is illegal. No, it isn't, Mr. Gant. Huh? It's not that I didn't present evidence then, it's that I couldn't. What do you mean you couldn't? There are certain procedures involved when presenting evidence. No, Udgy, don't listen to his lies. He's nothing but a coward you can't really believe. There is only one issue left to be resolved in this trial. Is this evidence legal or not? Very well, let us settle this once and for all. Earlier you refused to present evidence. If you can prove your conduct was not in violation of the law, then do so now. A-boom. This is my proof, Your Honor. Evidence law. What's this? I've done my homework too, Chief. Indeed, Emma Sky's fingerprints were on this piece of cloth. However, at that point in time, this was merely a piece of cloth, nothing more. What? You see, it's written right here in this book. The second rule of evidence law. Rule number 1, no evidence shall be shown without the approval of the police department. I found this piece of evidence myself inside your safe. It goes without saying, I did not have approval from the police department. Rule number 2, unregistered evidence presented must be relevant to the case on trial. And here is the crux of the matter. You see, at the time, it was impossible for me to prove the relevance between the cloth and the SL9 incident. What kind of nonsense is this? You want relevancy? Just take one look at this picture and... Sorry, but can you recall, when was this picture presented? That was shown only a few moments ago. No. He's right. At the beginning of today's trial, that piece of cloth was still meaningless. The person who gave it value as evidence was you, Damon Gant. You yourself confessed to a certain truth. Let me verify this once more. On the day of the crime, you personally cut out this piece of the victim's vest. Oh, yes. No! It was then that you approved this cloth as conclusive evidence. Yes, you, the chief of police, personally approved this cloth. The only person who could have cut this from the victim's vest is the one who stood before Prosecutor Marshall in his final moments. In other words, the real murderer. And there's only one person who that could be. Damon Gant. The killer was you! Wahahaha! Oh! Hee hee! Ha 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 ha! He looks so proud of himself, doesn't he? I knew I should have gotten rid of him. That good-for-nothing scum. For 2 years, he's been snooping around the department trying to get something on me. Crimes are being committed every day, yet he insisted on hounding me. Well, your crime wasn't exactly petty. He wanted to reinvestigate the case. He recruited Angel Starr, then convinced Bruce Goodman. Detective Goodman? Yeah, that's right. If the evidence is transferred, I'll lose my only chance to find out the truth. Please, you've gotta help me. And we helped him. Money, money, hello!
Welcome.
Goodman turned him down, as he ought to. Still, Jake Marshall didn't know when to quit. He stole Goodman's ID card and tried to take the evidence. Goodman came to me that day. He wanted to file a lost item report. I went with him to the evidence room. Then all of a sudden, he decided to speak out. What are you talking about, Goodman? Can you please reopen the investigation, Chief? We can't transfer the evidence out. There are too many questions left unanswered. He opened his evidence locker, and as he was taking the evidence out, he said, "It's not too late. I'm going to hand all this over to Marshall." Well, to be honest, I was a bit taken aback by his words. I had a bad feeling when he came to see me, but I never thought he'd bring up SL9. That's when I saw it, that accursed knife. I couldn't just pull it out. Doing so would have only led to more blood, making it near impossible to hide your crime. Even so, the blood was just pouring out. I didn't know who might stumble in, so I hurried to wipe it up. I was worrying so much about the floor, I didn't realize my fatal mistake. The bloody handprint. Detective Gumshoe's locker. I used to be known as the crime computer, but everyone has to start somewhere, I guess. I was too nervous. I had no business doing any of it. Then you put the body in my car. I'm sorry, I couldn't think of any other way to move the body. I broke your trunk, but what's the big deal? You make a lot more than us detectives ever will. Grr. Leaving the prosecution's car aside? How? How could you get Miss Sky involved in all of this? Well, she had as much to lose as I did if the truth came out. So you took the evidence from Detective Goodman's locker. I felt bad for having to do it. I also didn't have time to pick and choose what to take. So, you left the jar fragments and the glove. Yeah. It looks like I was better off being an investigator of crimes than a committer. They all did their best to get in my way. I've got to hand it to them. They do their jobs well, much to my dismay. Fake evidence doesn't hold up very well upon close examination. You must have known that. Tell me, Worthy, why do you stand in court? Me? You despise criminals. I can feel it, you and me. We're the same. We're not the same. One day you'll understand. Oh, believe me, you will. You're just one man. You'll see what it really takes to bring them down once you try to go it alone. Well, that was a lot. Well, looks like it's time to say goodbye.
Okay, bye.
Oh, Aji? What? Looks like we'll have to cancel that lunch date. Sorry, old friend. I'm sorry too, Damon Gant. I knew you as you used to be, long ago. You were once a fine investigator, an example to others on the force. I'm sorry to learn that you are no longer that person. Those days are gone now, Aji. Thanks for all the memories, though. Don't worry, you'll be fine. Now you have Righto here. And Worthy. With these two around, you can't go wrong. In fact, I can hear them already. The melodious sounds of a new beginning. There are two things I want you to understand. Yes. First, your sister never hurt anyone. Second, Damon Gant betrayed you from the beginning. You see, Miss Sky, you no longer have any reason to keep silent. You're right. When this trial is over, I'll tell everything. All that I've done these past 2 years. From the time I had Gant help me forge evidence up until today. So, it seems all that questions raised in the trial have been answered. I'm sorry, Miss Sky. I couldn't get you out of all your trouble. My, what high standards you have for a rookie. I can see why Mia thought so highly of you. Who knows, a few years from now, you just might make it to the top. She smiled for the first time. I owe you my thanks, Mr. Wright. Miss Sky. And to you, Mr. Edgeworth. You've suffered every bit as much as I have over these past few years. Believe me, I know how much of an ordeal it's been for you. It was nothing. Liar. I was worried the pressure might break you. And yet, you rose above it all and guided Mr. Wright to victory. You've done well, Mr. Edgeworth. Stop it! I only did my job! In light of this case, it seems a good self-examining is in order for all of us. Miss Sky? Yes, Your Honor? You are innocent of murder. However, although the chief blackmailed you, the fact is you still acted as his accomplice. The trial will be scheduled for these crimes at a later date. Yes, I understand, Your Honor. Is there something amusing about all of this? Why are you smiling? It's been a long time, Your Honor. A long time since I felt free of these heavy chains. Well, this trial has gone on far too long already. Regarding the charge of murder, this court finds the defendant, Miss Lana Sky, not guilty! That is all. This court is adjourned. We did it! 5:03 p.m. Jesus, we were here all day. My God. At long last, it's finally over. Emma? Why the long face? I'm sorry your sister didn't get completely off the hook, but at least she wasn't convicted for a murder she didn't commit. No, that's not it. Just now, after the trial ended. I can see why Mia Fey thought so highly of you. I owe you my thanks, Mr. Wright. And to you too, Mr. Edgeworth. You suffered every bit as much as I have over these past few days. You've done well. You know, I did my best too. But Lana didn't say a single word to me. Hope I'm not interrupting anything, pals. No, just a little bit. Wait, so is he gonna get his job back? Oh, guess I am. I'll come back later. Wait, Detective Gumshoe, what is it? You're doing this on purpose, aren't you? Making a detective run around while on duty. And to top it all off, you call me here. I've seen happier people at funerals. You said the same thing earlier. Hey, lighten up, pals. I'm only kidding. Oh, are you here because of my sister again? Nope, not this time. I came today because of you, pal. Me? That's right. I thought you'd like to see someone. Lana! Should you be doing this? Should you be doing this? She's still under arrest, you know. Well, I won't tell if you won't. Emma, I owe you an apology. It's okay, sis. Don't worry about it. That day, 2 years ago. Was the first time in my life I ever panicked. It was all I could do to keep myself from screaming. All I could think about was keeping you from getting wrapped up in that mess. Sis! I asked Gant to help me cover up the truth. I thought I was doing it for your sake, but now I realize I was wrong. I changed after that day. I had to. It was the only way I could make it through the past 2 years. I knew how much I was hurting you by distancing myself, but I couldn't bring myself to tell you what I did. I was scared. Scared that you'd look at me with those eyes of yours. I was scared of how you'd react if you knew. But sis, you were only doing it for me. No. Huh? I turned my back on you that day. In hiding, what I believed to be the truth. I was deceiving you.
Sis!
I'm such a fool. It took me all this time to realize it. Emma, I'm so sorry.
But sis, you don't have to apologize. I'm happy now.
You're happy?
Of course. You know, sis, I always knew that one day you'd come back. And now you have.
Oh, Emma. Oh, that's so sweet.
The sisters are reconciling.
No one can change the past. The only thing we can do is strive to make up for our mistakes. Why we must make up for our mistakes, you ask? Because in so doing, we can find the way back to our rightful path. And it is from there that we can move on toward a brighter future. At least, that's what I felt, watching the two sisters make up. Mr. Wright, Mr. Gumshoe, me? Thank you both for all that you've done. I'm sure we'll meet again someday. Isn't that right, Edgeworth? Edgeworth? Stop hiding and come over here. Give me a big ol' hug, Edgeworth. He looks so angry. He looks so pissed off. I mean, that's always how he looks, to be fair. I've never seen him smile. Where was he hiding? I just came to say, congratulations. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Edgeworth.
Right. Well, I'll be going now. Mr. Edgeworth, I hope you don't blame yourself for what happened. We were the ones who acted corruptly, not you. It's too late for me. What? No matter what anyone may say, I realized today that I can't correct my mistakes.
Mr. Edgeworth.
Not only that, but I don't even trust myself anymore. Chief Gant was right. You despise criminals. I can feel it. You and me, we're the same. One day, you'll understand. Oh, believe me, you will. You're just one man. You'll see what it really takes to bring them down when to try and go it alone. I do despise criminals. I plan to dedicate my entire life to fighting them. But in order to fight crime on my own, I needed a weapon. It's scary, but I've known that to be true for quite some time now. But Edgeworth, who knows? Given enough time, I might have tried to pull something like Chief Gant did. That thought terrifies me. That's why I can't continue on as a prosecutor. No, he's actually quitting! No, Edgeworth! We need you to be in future sequels! I know there's spin-off games regarding Edgeworth as the main character. So I know he's popular. He comes back, I know this. Edgeworth, don't you understand? Damon Gant and your mentor, Manfred von Karma, were both the best of the best when it came to fighting crime. But they both made the same mistake. They said in order to fight crime on my own, I'd need a weapon. That may be true, but think back on today's trial. You weren't alone. You were working together with Mr. Wright. And because of that partnership, you were able to present evidence that otherwise would have been undiscovered. Isn't that right, Mr. Wright? Huh? What? Oh, yeah, what is this, a pop quiz?
Come on, Mr. Wright. Show him what Lana's talking about.
Evidence, huh? Something that neither Edgeworth nor I would have been able to find on our own. evidence law. Nah. Take that. That might mean something to you, but I don't see how it had anything to do with our partnership. Huh? Mr. Wright, it seems that you still have a lot to learn as well. I guess that wasn't the right piece of evidence. It's time for me to go. Mr. Edgeworth! If you'll excuse me, there are still some loose ends that need wrapping up. Take care, Chief Prosecutor. Uh-oh, did I do the wrong thing? No, come back! Edgeworth, what will you do now? Well, whatever you do, just remember, you can let what happened kill the prosecutor in you, or you can let it help you grow. In the end, it's up to you. I know, it seems I owe you my thanks too, right? But what I face now is my problem. Edgeworth, I'll be waiting for you in court. Farewell. Where is he going? No! I better be going too. Can I not go back and present something else? Did I screw something up? Oh no. Okay, I'll be by to visit soon. It seems we both have a lot to learn and catching up to do. Here, this is a little something for you. Scientific investigation? It's the first book I ever bought. Study it well. Thanks, sis. I will. And so, another case came to a close. As for the sisters, I have faith. Yay! Faith that their lives have only just begun. And as for me, I think it's time I started on a new journey of my own. Oh, look at all these characters we befriended. A journey to rediscover myself. Well, don't go trekking off just yet, pal. Huh? What is it, detective? There's just a little matter to be resolved about the chief prosecutor. You see, she isn't supposed to be out of jail like this. But I thought you said it was okay. Yeah, well, it may be okay with me, but the folks at the prison are a different story. Huh? Basically, I had to bribe a guard in order to sneak her out for 30 minutes. Believe me, it wasn't cheap either. Huh? Way to go, detective. I didn't know you had a wild side. Yeah, well, haha. You see, Mr. Wright, here's the one who'll be footing the bill. Huh? What? What, you think I could afford it with my salary? You gotta be kidding me, pal. Huh? Huh? Thank you, Mr. Wright. You're the best. Why is it... I suddenly feel like I want to scream. Hey, I got an idea. Why don't we all go pay it off together? Yeah, that's a great idea. Come on, guys. Let's go! We made it to the credits! Here we go. I guess it just let us go anyway. I arranged for a friend of mine in Europe to take care of Emma. I hope she'll be pleased to study under a top coroner. As for me, this affair has pretty much ended my days at the prosecutor's office. Still, I'll manage to find my way back to the field somehow. Then I'll be able to investigate crimes together with Emma. GG's. We've done it. Planning? Takeshi
Objection.
Yamazaki. Objection! I wanted to present more evidence to Edgeworth. Oh well. I was messing around. I thought I'd have another chance. Oh well. They overlooked my unauthorized investigation of the chief's office. If we penalize you anymore, it'd be worse than firing you. Yep, that's what they said. It just goes to show, you can't shake me off that easily. These are the slowest credits I've ever seen, but whatever. Who else are we gonna get in here? Can I fast forward through the credits? No. Meekins, I forgot about you. My new mission is to guard the main entrance and take care of Billy. Can you believe it? I've been demoted to a security guard. My partner's keeping an eye on the entrance for me today. Sir? I'll show them though. Someday I'm going to make the detective, sir. Yes, sir, then I could be just like that Dick Gumshoe. Sir. I beat a game today too. Did you, Chemo? I saw that you've been playing the Thousand Year Door remake. Did you finish that today? Ah, we're doing so good. Oh, there's that creepy ass investigator thingy. It's the mascot. Yep. Congrats on beating Thousand Year Door. If I play Thousand Year Door, the remake, I'll probably... Oh. It just fell over. It's dead. We killed it. If I play that game again, I might do a Danger Mario run, because that was pretty fun. Oh, hey, too. What is it? Can't you see I'm having me a showdown with the steak lunch partner? Miss Star managed to sneak this into me. She's seeing one of my guards, it seems. Well, cowboy, it looks like you did it. You even gave Bambina back her smile. Can you make sure Billy and the gang get their water? Is he in prison? Chaos Mario? That could be fun. What I really want to do still... Looks like we won't be seeing... each other for a while. As a farewell gift, I put a new meal on the menu, the Right Way Lunch. The top layer tastes as bitter as defeat, but the bottom layer is sweet as victory. Kids seem to dig the turnabout theme. It's a hot seller. Just make sure not to eat it backwards. Yeah, bitter part first and then the sweet part later. Or crowd control. I was about to say, but I keep getting interrupted by characters in the game. What I really want to do is, I'm never gonna finish my thought. I'll never forget what that young defense lawyer said after the trial. Let's see, what was his name again? Mr. Left? Anyway, he said he's been doing, something. For now. Well, anyway, I've got another trial to get to, so I'd better be... Huh? Oh no, I forgot my gavel. Sorry, gotta go. Thank you for the awkward fart. One thing that I really want to do is I want to do the GTA 5 Chaos mod. I've seen a few streams of that. They've looked super fun, and I want to try it myself. But I never finished GTA 5 normally. Maya! Ah, nothing soothes the soul like fresh country air. That's a new location. Still, sometimes I do miss hearing you. I still can't go back until I'm a full-fledged spirit medium. Mystic Maya, afternoon training's about to begin. Coming. Well, see you around, Nick. Are we traveling around the world visiting our friends? We haven't talked to Maya in a while.
Do it.
Do it. Should I go back to GTA 5 and finish the actual main story mode? Because I never did finish it. But it's probably easier just to start over at this point.
Do it.
Are you trying to spam do it, but you're not able to spam it properly? Is that what's happening right now? Mr. Edgeworth. Oh, it's the bellboy. Mr. Edgeworth? I brought you your tea. What's going on? Wait, that's his letter of resignation, isn't it? Because Edgeworth did say he wanted to resign as a prosecutor. Thanks for coming to see me off. I can't believe I'm going to Europe. Thank you, Mr. Wright. Thank you so much for everything. I'm a little sad, but I'll be alright. Whenever I want to see Lana, all I have to do is open this book. Scientific investigation. Wait. That's so freaking cute. Is there a letter in there? Was it a picture of the two of them? Oh, look at them. They're so happy together. It looks like that's a younger picture, actually. How many years ago was that? Rise from the Ashes. Clear episode 5. The Phoenix Wright Ace Attorney. We got an achievement! It took forever to get where you are. It's a long game. Well, I don't remember what the hell I was doing. I don't remember the story whatsoever. We've done it! Wait, if I continue, what does it look like? Oh. I guess I could technically go back, couldn't I? Eventually I want to do a 100% run of it. I did do 100% of GTA 4 on the Xbox 360. But let me go ahead and say this. Wow! Holy crap, we made it through the game. That's a fantastic game, actually. Phoenix Wright. Good job. Good job, everyone. And there's definitely more to this. That was only the first game in the trilogy. We've only done the first game in the trilogy. So there's plenty more cases to go. I don't know if they're going to continue to get more complicated after that. I don't know how it's going to keep developing beyond this. I'm looking forward to playing it. It may be a while before I come back to it, but I'm definitely interested in playing more. But in the meantime, thank you everyone so much for joining me on my very first time playing through the Phoenix Wright Ace Attorney game. The very first game. Maybe, after some time, in a month, 2 months, I don't know, we'll come back and we'll play through the second game, which I think is Justice for All. So maybe we possibly will get introduced to a new character named Apollo Justice. I've heard of that character. That would be cool. And maybe we'll find out what happened to Edgeworth. When does he come back into the story? But either way, everybody, thank you so much for joining me on this. This has been super fun, and I will see you in the next one.
Bye-bye. See you later.
Ace Attorney. Justice for All. Trials and Tribulations. Sure is a lot to this, isn't there? 5 is harder. Gotta invest correctly with all the characters at the right time so you can buy all the properties and businesses. Are we talking about GTA 5? I'm not sure I want to do a 100% run of GTA 5. I think I still have all of my VODs of GTA 5, but the thing is, right, I didn't make it super far into the story. I never finished the main story, and I have no idea where we left off or even what happened in the story, so I'm very much behind. If I still have the VODs, I'm pretty sure I do. I'd have to watch through all the VODs to figure out what the hell is happening in the story. And I'm not sure about that. But yeah, we made it through Phoenix Wright. That's pretty exciting, isn't it? And we've got a kitty over here. Oh, she's so comfy. You're so comfy and cute, yes you are. So I actually kind of have an idea for what I want to play next. It hasn't been in the poll. It's something that I started a while ago, like last year at some point, and there were some roadblocks that wouldn't let me continue. And I'm not entirely sure how the saving works in that game, but I was able to basically come back to like a previous point with the things that I found. And I'm not sure if I want to continue from that same point or if I want to start the whole thing over with a whole new seed. Hi! I've been experimenting around with RetroArch and Dolphin, and I finally got it to work properly. There were two reasons I stopped playing. I had gone to a point where I seemingly couldn't make any progress, but also when I went into like the main like overworld area, it got super laggy. But I fixed the lagginess issue, and I'm not entirely sure what happened to the part where I couldn't make progress, but I remember this distinctly. I was in the desert area, and I couldn't get out of the desert area. And then somehow, when I loaded up that file again, I wasn't in the desert area. So I'd be curious to see if I load that game again and try to continue from that point, if I'm going to almost softlock myself again, or if I was somehow able to like save the game but end up not still in the desert. Very interesting indeed. I know from the clips that you found Brad, which is pretty late in the game. I did find Brad. Did I find Brad? I think I saw a clip recently, you know, of the clips that are playing, that we found a dead body that we assumed was Brad. It just feels really weird, because I started a GTA 5 playthrough so many years ago, and I hadn't touched the game in like, I think it has to be at least 5 years I haven't touched the game. I haven't played the game in 5 years. Because the last time I played GTA 5, I wasn't even doing face cam yet. I didn't go full face cam until 2020. So it had to be 2019 or earlier that I stopped playing GTA 5. Yes, that is Brad. I don't remember the story. I do not remember any of the story. Okay? That's one reason that it's better if I just start the whole game over. I don't remember any of the story. And plus, it's like I have the clips that I made from that original stream, but I have better equipment now. I have a better microphone, I have a better computer with a better graphics card. That if I started over now, it would just be a lot better quality in all aspects. It will take a year to complete if you start over. Will it really? Well, if I'm playing it like every day of the week or whatever, maybe it won't take forever. But I also don't plan on doing a 100% playthrough either. Would you really want me to not start the game over even though I have no idea what's happening in the story? I'd have to find the VODs and upload the VODs somewhere, maybe go through the VODs. My cat is laying on the power switch again. You're gonna start a fire! Stop leaning on that! Oh, pretty. There's a kitty here. This is relevant because the cat is cute. And she's trying to start a fire by laying on stuff that is gonna produce a lot of heat. You're gonna get your fur stuck in it or something. Something's gonna happen. Boop, boop-a-doop, boop, 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 boop-a-doop, boop, boop, boop-a-doop, boop, boop. Kitty! You wanna just hang out on my lap? You wanna hang out? You wanna hang out on my lap, don't you? She doesn't want to hang out with me. Hi. Hi there. She's a kitty. So we're just gonna sit here and we're gonna admire how cute my kitty is. She's the cutest. But look, we made it through the trilogy. Isn't that exciting? No, we made it through the first game in the trilogy. There's still plenty more. By the way, if anyone is wondering, I have no plans to go back to GTA 5 right now. I'm only putting games on like a poll or whatever for games that I actually have some sort of desire to like play. Like all the games in the poll that I've listed recently, those are all things that I've had an inkling to play. And we're just narrowing it down. Like once I get through something, it goes off the list. But anything I'm still kind of in the mood to play stays on the list. If something else comes in mind, then I'm like, ooh, I actually kind of want to play this again. Or, ooh, this looks interesting. I really want to play this. Then I'll add it to the list. Let it burn. I'm not even sure if I still have my save file, to be honest, on GTA 5. Because I had played GTA 5 on my laptop, which I know for sure that I've did a complete factory reset on it. So if I go back to GTA 5, I might not even have that same save file anymore. So that's another thing. Do I have my save progress? I don't even know. I'm open to potentially I'm open to starting the whole game over and actually like finishing it for certain. It might take a while, but I don't remember any of the story. Do you all remember the story? Because I don't remember. I haven't watched anybody else play the story mode of GTA 5. The only knowledge I have of the GTA 5 story mode would be what I played 5+ years ago. It's been a very long time since I've touched it. I don't remember anything. Oh, the GTA 5 Chaos mod would be a lot of fun. I wouldn't retain any of the story that way, though. I remembered I played it twice all the way through. And that's the thing with large open world games like that. I'm a little bit reluctant to play them again because if I play it all the way through, I'm like, wow, that was a really long game. I'm probably not going to play it again for 10 years at least. I should probably exit out of here. Let's exit the game. That sounds good to me. Let's play some music. Music is good. It's good music. There's one thing I want to do is I want to go through all of my GTA clips that I've made, and I need to re-edit them because some of them are really crappily edited. Because back when I made those clips, I didn't know what I was doing. I mean, I still don't know what I'm doing, but I definitely didn't know back then. There was a lot of dead air. Because when you're trying to edit things for TikTok or whatever, you want to cut out any portion where you're not talking. You want to cut out any dead air because it needs to be very, very snappy. So I want to go back and re-edit those clips to be snappier. And definitely just don't even include anything that has copyrighted music, because I'm noticing that some of the clips I have, they sometimes will get the VOD muted. If it has a little bit of the copyrighted music in those clips during my BRB screen, it mutes that portion of the VOD. So I'm like, I should just get rid of those clips entirely. I need to go through my entire list of clips there and just toss anything that has music in it. So there's that too. Well, I haven't put up a poll yet, but I should probably mention to anyone who's here right now, Chemo, Digital Smith, anyone who's lurking. First of all, thank you for being here. I very much appreciate it. You are freaking awesome. But also, since next week is the week of 4th of July, I'm not planning on streaming at all on the 4th because that's on a Thursday. And also, someone asked me to like house sit and dog sit for next week, and they want me to basically stay overnight at their place to take care of their dog. Which means that I probably want to be at their place, you know, sunset. So I might have to either not stream at all next week or shift my schedule to be earlier in the day. So instead of streaming at 7 p.m., like it's still a little bit of sun outside. But perhaps maybe I just want to... I don't know if I want to stream earlier in the day and change my schedule just for a week. Or maybe just, you know, take a week off from streaming. Go do some stuff. I have some stuff I want to do on my laptop. I can bring my laptop with me. Maybe I can go through those GTA clips and do some clip editing on those. Also, I want to edit clips of the games that I've most recently played. Like, I need to go download clips of all the Phoenix Wright streams I've done. I want to download those clips before the VODs disappear. I have 2 weeks to download the clips and make new ones before the VOD disappears. Technically 15 days. I've noticed lately. So normally your VODs stay up for 14 days. However, they don't get actually removed until the day after. Like, because I stream Tuesday, Thursday, Saturday, Sunday. So the Thursday stream from 2 weeks ago is only up there for one more day. It gets removed like the next day, if that makes sense. Yeah. This doesn't make any sense. Am I making any sense? Not really. Not at all. It would be fun to go back to GTA 5 at some point, but I don't have any plans to do so right now because, frankly, I just don't want to play that game right now. There's other things that I want to play instead. And a part of me is like, I really like Phoenix Wright. It's a very interesting concept. But it's not exactly bringing in all the people to the stream. Like, I'm enjoying it, absolutely. But my average viewership is lower when I play this game. And I'm not sure if it's because... like, I don't know if it's me, or maybe it's the game just isn't really suited for my channel. Perhaps maybe Phoenix Wright is a game that's better if I just play it on my own, not while streaming. I'll record it and then I'll just upload it to YouTube some other time. And that way we don't have all of the like alerts and stuff going on as well. Because if I just sit by myself, not live streaming, and I just record something as like a traditional Let's Play, I can do a lot more like editing and stuff on it. I mean, because what I could do with the streams, I can still go ahead and edit those and upload them anyway and just cut out all of the dead air and like thinking of stuff, because that's what I would do in a normal playthrough anyway. I have considered making some games that I play that I won't live stream, and I'll just play it on my own as like a traditional Let's Play. So I'm still recording it. I'm just not talking to chat at the same time, if that makes sense. You streamed Elden Ring, right? Did you finish it? I did finish it, Professor Wednesday. I finished it. Also, hello!
Hello!
It is Friday, Professor Wednesday. Look, it's Friday. Definitely Friday. And nothing else. Hola, ¿cómo estás? Muy bien. We finished Phoenix Wright today. We finished Phoenix Wright. Oh yes, we did. We finished it. Muy bueno. ¿Y tú? Muy bueno. Mi español es no bueno. That's kind of interesting. I've been playing some Animal Crossing off screen, and I was like, oh, I have all of this stuff to get rid of. Why don't I just like go onto the Nookazon Discord channel and trade items with people? So then someone sent me a message in Spanish, and I responded in Spanish, and they're like, whoa, ¿hablas español? Like, estoy aprendiendo en Duolingo. I'm learning on Duolingo. I don't even know if this person is still in here. Let's see. Nope, that's not the conversation, is it? Is it this person? Nope. Oh, there we go. Yeah, we had a whole ass conversation, didn't we? Un poco estoy aprendiendo en Duolingo. Que Dios lo bendiga. Spanish goodbye and prayer. Yeah. So, yeah, we started speaking a little bit in German too. I'm like, oh, I learned a little bit of German on Duolingo as well. Look at that. What's your next game? So Duolingo works? I mean, it works as well as the effort you put into it. If you do the bare minimum to keep your streak up, you're probably not going to learn as fast as if you actually put in more than 15 minutes or more than one lesson worth. I think for the first couple months, I was putting in like an hour every day on Duolingo. I think the very first day I downloaded it, because I was like, ooh, a new app. Ooh, I'm learning so much. Oh my god, I remember so much Spanish. And I was really having fun with it. I spent, I think, 2 hours on the very first day I downloaded the game. Or I downloaded the app, I mean. I am learning Spanish. My Spanish is getting better. Because I took 3 years of Spanish when I was in high school. Middle school and high school, technically. My first year of Spanish 1 was technically in 8th grade when I was in middle school. Yeah, I took 3 years. Apparently I didn't retain it very well, but when I started picking up again on Duolingo, I've already learned way more now on Duolingo in, 10 months than I ever learned in 3 years in school. And you know why? I took Spanish when I was in high school so that I could get, like, college credit. Or not college credit, but there were some colleges that required you to take a language class to get admitted into college. I took 3 years of Spanish, and I learned enough at the time, but I didn't really use it. So I lost it. You use it or you lose it type of thing. So because I remember when I learned Spanish like in school, like in high school, I never learned past tense conjugations. But I'm learning past tense now. Like yo voy abrimos. Yo voy a abrir la ventana. Yo abre la ventana. I'm going to open the window. I opened the window. I opened the window. My friend lived in Chile for 2 years and forgot lots of English. I hope I never forget my English. It is my native language, after all. Solo inglés, por favor. Bitte nur English. Those are the only ones I know. Solo inglés, por favor is Spanish, obviously. S'il vous plaît, I know that's French. But I don't know how to say like Inglés seulement, s'il vous plaît. I don't think that's right. Bitte nur English, that one is in German. You're gonna play Balatro next? Isn't that the card game? I have no interest in that game, to be honest. I'm sure it's a fun game for other people. It doesn't look like it's gonna be my thing. And that's okay. I like Phoenix Wright. And maybe I'll play it on my own later. Maybe I'll stream it again. Maybe I'll just sit in silence and record it as like a let's play and upload it later. But maybe I won't live stream it again. I don't know. Balatro was fun? I don't know. I don't really have any interest in that game. However, I could put up a poll in Discord if anybody wants to vote on the next game. But I kind of actually have something else in mind that I want to play instead of anything on a poll. Because I really have an affinity for doing Legend of Zelda randomizers. I've done a number of randomizers on stream. I think I've done like 2 or 3 Ocarina randomizers on stream. I've done one Wind Waker randomizer stream. I started a Majora's Mask randomizer, but I never finished it. I didn't get very far. I got stuck in like... I couldn't make any progress in that Majora's Mask randomizer. So I don't know if I just got a bad seed or if I'm really bad at killing the dongos without a sword, because that's basically what happened. So I never made further progress in my Majora's Mask randomizer seed. I could just make a whole new seed and start it over. Might have better luck with it. And there's also, that was recently released, the combined randomizer of Ocarina of Time and Majora's Mask combined together, like one massive giant game randomizer. That could be fun to do in the future, but I feel like before I do the combined randomizer, I probably want to do a randomizer of just Majora's Mask. A series of series. Wait, did I say that? Legend of Zelda. Yeah, I forgot Phoenix Wright as a whole series, yeah. Because all the Phoenix Wright streams that I've just done are just of the first game. There are 5 cases in just the first game, which we just finished today. And I really do like Phoenix Wright, and I want to do more, but I'm just gonna take a break from that game for a little while. It really messes with my brain, and I want to do a game that doesn't require me to think. So I'm thinking maybe a randomizer of a game that I'm super familiar with. I love Twilight Princess. I never finished my previous randomizer. I still have the file, and it might seemingly be still beatable because I've been able to... I fixed the problems of the overworld being super laggy. I tried putting it on Dolphin instead of on the RetroArch program. And I really do like RetroArch. It's very good for like everything combined into one program, if that makes sense. There's only one check that requires killing the dongos, and there are lots of ways to kill them. Because that's the thing, right? When I started my Majora's Mask randomizer, that was the only thing that I could do to potentially find progress. I tried everything else that I could on my seed. The only thing left that I could do was kill those dodongos in like the cave. Like when you go out to North Clocktown and there's like all these like snowy mountain areas and there's a pit of dodongos in it, and you can kill dodongos and it forms like a chest or something. That was the only thing I had left to do. And I'm too terrible at the game to kill those dodongos without the sword, because I didn't have the sword yet. Or maybe I did have the sword, but I didn't have enough health and I kept dying. One of those 2 reasons. I never made it past that. But I feel like if I start a randomizer of Majora's Mask, I'm just gonna create a whole new seed. Chances are they've updated some things about the randomizer, quality of life upgrades, stuff like that. Getting over it doesn't require thinking. I already finished getting over it though. I did beat getting over it. I made it to the top. I saw what the prize is at the end of getting over it. However, one game that I never actually finished is Jump King. I never finished Jump King. I never actually played what looks like the newest version of getting over it, but you're not in a pot with a pickaxe. You're just climbing. I never touched that game either. I know where you mean. Try the combo rando. Like I said, I want to try the combo randomizer in the future, but I think first I want to do a randomizer of just Majora's Mask first. That sounds like fun. And actually, the first thing I want to do actually is try and finish my Twilight Princess seed, because I'm much more familiar with Twilight Princess than I am with Majora's Mask. So I feel like I won't struggle nearly as much to figure out progress on Twilight Princess. And I found a new randomizer tracker that I really like for Twilight Princess, which is another reason why I want to do that. Good morning, Vapor Void. Hello again.
Hi, how are you?
How you doing? This is a fun one. going now? I think it's going. Anyway, that's fun. I like that. I'm gonna turn the music back down. Good morning, get ready for work. What kind of work do you do, Vapor Void? Also, I don't even know what time zone you're in, technically. What is your time zone? There's something on this scene that's like really putting my CPU usage way the hell up, but I don't know what it is. What is causing it to go up so much? What if I put those two down? Chat restream? What if I delete that? Current time, current date. Overlay sources, sub goal. Oh, I haven't done this in a while, have I? I haven't bothered with a sub goal in a while. I do quality control for a company that makes driver's licenses. I'm in CST, so 3 a.m. Do you have to go to work that early in the morning? That seems kind of like, what do you do? Alright. How about this? I'm really glad we finished Phoenix Wright today. Holy crap, that was quite the ending, wasn't it? Quite the ending indeed. Paper whatever. Yep, that's driver's license. I think it's one of those, like, you have to put the stamp on it and make sure that there's no, like, people aren't trying to forge a new license, make fakes or whatever. You can do my job. Anyway, I just like playing with that. I know what we can do. I'm gonna see if this person is actually still streaming. If they're not right about the end, then I think we can go raid this person. That could be fun. Looks like they might still be in the middle of stuff. Sounds good to me. Let's go raid a friend. That sounds good. Everyone, again, like I said, thank you so much for hanging out with me in my stream. You could be doing literally anything with your time, and you chose to spend it with me. And it's the most generous thing that you can give me. I probably will be back on Saturday. Like I said, this is going to be a weird week. I might not be able to stream, or I might not be able to stream as often. I'm not entirely sure if I'm going to stream earlier in the week and change my schedule just for the week, or if I'm going to take a little break from streaming for a hot second. Either way, if you enjoyed the stream and you want to come back for more, feel free to follow. I will be back. I'll be back.
Bye-bye, boys! Have fun storming the castle!
Also, feel free to join the Discord server, or follow me on YouTube or TikTok if you want to see more of my content. I need to go through some of my GTA clips and re-edit them. I want to re-edit a lot of my clips. I'm going to be reposting, re-uploading a bunch of clips that are better edited. They're going to be so much better. And everyone, Thank you so much for hanging out during my Phoenix Wright first ever playthrough. And perhaps we'll do some more in the future. Anyway, if you're not already on the raid, feel free to join the raid. You'll get some extra channel points you can spend on various redemptions. Join the Discord, follow on Twitch and YouTube and TikTok, and do all the things, alright? Thanks for hanging out. I'll see you all later.